Alright, I think it's working. I'm pretty sure I got everything set up correctly for streaming. There were a few hiccups last time I did the stream, and I did... Yeah, it looks like it's working on YouTube, and obviously I can't stream on Twitch for this at least. I tried to at least sync it up so that it shows on Discord, because it's usually nice to have, like, the whole Discord pop-up of, like, so-and-so is now streaming this thing. It doesn't seem like that's working, though. I'm gonna at least give it a try to see if I can get that enabled. That would be... Ah, there we go. I just had to turn streamer mode on and off again. Alright. Especially for second channel streams, that might help for people who enjoy watching just the random Yap streams, but obviously might not be subscribed to my, I guess at this point, yeah, technically third channel in terms of actual relevance and how I use it. So, a little bit of a recap, because obviously we've been all over the place for this. So, 6 months ago, I started leveling on Turtle WoW on Ambershire, which is the new progression server they added. Obviously, at this point, it doesn't really get to progress, unfortunately. But I figured, oh, well, if they're going to do the whole unlock thing, I did, at least at the time, hope that I would have time to get to max level. Didn't pan out. But I started a leveling series there with an Orc Shaman, and that's mostly what we're going to be playing today. I'm going to get a bunch of that stuff finished up. I'll talk about the progress I made off stream for it. And what's it called? I also have started playing on this server again, which this is like the older Turtle WoW server, which I played a little bit like over a year ago. Hello, Single Die, good to see you. So, basically, about like a year or so ago, when my friend first got me into this, before that progression server was even added, I leveled a few Alliance characters. The first character I really played was my Human Paladin. I only got it up to like 17 before. You can say I've been playing it a little bit off stream, but this doesn't really indicate the amount of time I played, because it's like, oh, I've only gotten from 17 to 21. Yeah, but I also leveled up like all of my professions, and I'll quickly show what I basically spent the last 3 days working on, which is leveling a bunch of alts and getting all my professions set up, because I thought about it. And this is just how I enjoy playing Classic. I'm gonna be real. It's just more fun. So, I was like really tempted to just say like, oh, well, the server's literally shutting down. Like all this progress is gone forever in like a week. And then the more I thought about it, it's like, yeah, but I just like, that's fun. I just like setting up my professions and stuff. Like, and I think it's one of those interesting things where even though I do genuinely just enjoy getting like all this profession stuff set up and like, getting like gathering all the materials, like I just shut my brain off and I just like farmed herbs and leather on my Night Elf Druid while watching shows on Amazon Prime Video. I finally caught up on The Boys, and like it was just, I don't know, it was chill. I just enjoyed it. So I figured, you know what? I don't even care if like I'm technically losing all of the progress I'm making. I still just enjoy doing it, and like that's kind of its own reward, right? So I've spent a lot of time doing that. I even look at my fishing. I leveled fishing. Like I ran. So what I did for fishing is I was initially on the fence about whether or not I actually wanted to do this, but I needed oily blackmouth for my alchemy, and there were like none on the auction house because again, the server's dying, right? The auction house it's not like completely empty, but a lot of the things being sold are like super high level materials from obviously most of the people still playing at this point are like end game players who have tons of investment in. So the interesting thing about the server basically shutting down is that low level materials, copper bars, rough stone, low level fish, the stuff that is usually like very easy to find on regular classic WoW servers, that's like basically non-existent. There's just none on the auction house. So first off, every 6 or so hours, I check the auction house and I just buy up like any remotely cheap, because some of them are sold for like multiple gold a stack, which is ridiculous. But any cheap, like low level materials, I just snatch up immediately and I send to my alts. So I've been stockpiling that. And then I realized, okay, there's just no blackmouth or oily blackmouth or whatever that I can get. And there were a lot in Darkshore, a lot of pools. So there's all the sea monster quests up and down like the coastline. So what I did to level from like 20 to 21 in this character is I just went up and down the coast. I fished from a lot of the puddles to get oily blackmouth, and then if you find a wreckage, you can get that. And I just got all the sea monsters. And it's like decent experience, but also I leveled my fishing a ton. I got all the materials I needed for my alchemy, and I got a bunch of boxes which had like some random greens and stuff, which is just like cool. I just enjoyed that. I spent like 4 hours, and pretty much this morning. It was the last thing I did before I went to sleep, and then here we are. But yeah, so that's what I've been spending a lot of time on. Obviously, on my alts, I can show quick. I've leveled a bunch of my other professions and whatnot. But it's, like, I think that's just a more fun way of playing Classic. And as much as I do hope that I still have time to get this character up to 60, and I wouldn't have done this if I didn't think it was still possible. I think I can manage it. It will be especially easier if I have, like, for instance, look at all my consumables, right? So I got all this stuff set up. Does make it a little bit easier, right? When you have all these like fancy consumes and whatnot prepped. And it's a lot more satisfying when you've done that yourself. Also, elephant's in the room. So somebody traded me 2,000 gold, which I did a lot of the profession stuff before that happened. Literally this morning, after I just got done fishing, I'm running through Stormwind. Somebody walks up to me, trades me 2,000 gold, and says enjoy. Which, just to be clear, right? Because for people who don't know, right? Like, it's Turtle WoW. The server's shutting down in a week. So there was like, there was a moment in my brain when I'm like looking at the trade window. Like, should I accept this? Am I going to get banned for RMT? But like, A, no, this person is legitimately giving me their golds, right? Because they're quitting the game. Well, the game is shutting down. So it makes logical sense. But also B, this isn't fucking Blizzard servers where, you know, somebody's just gonna try and get you banned for RMT, because that's just not a thing that happens. So I guess that's cool. I also, like, earlier on when I first started, during the stream a few days ago, somebody was kind enough to mail me 250 gold and all these Traveler backpacks, which, without that, like, that was insane seed money. So I got basically all my professions set up with that alone. And then obviously a lot of grinding on my part still, because like I can't even use the gold to buy low-level materials. Like I said, there's just none on the auction house. So I had to do a lot of that myself. But now, well, I have 2,000 gold, so I bought a bunch of materials that I could see that were relatively cheap, because I don't know who else is going to buy them. So I spent like, I think like 100 gold just buying up like materials for a bunch of different level ranges. Anything that was like close to vendor value that I think I might use, like mithril bars and stuff like that. It's like, all right, well, I mean, it's clearly not a waste of money. It's basically the cheapest they could possibly sell it. I'm not at that stage yet, but just in case, may as well buy it. So nobody else can, like, snatch it up or whatever. Hello, Geg. You enjoy professions when you can craft good gear, but your willingness to grind Matt's level to get that good gear is less than other more classic-minded people. Probably very possible if you focus on the one character. Well, I am actually not going to focus on the one character. So, we'll see. I am gonna primarily focus on this paladin. I'll talk about that in a little bit. And, yeah, professions for me are, like, weird. I think, because it is strange. I hate professions in retail. But it is really, like, I genuinely can't point to, like, what it is. And this isn't me trying to prove a point of, like, retail professions suck. Because I understand, like, the value in it. I have friends who are really into retail professions, and I kind of get, like, the logic when they explain to me of, like, why they enjoy it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. But there's just something in my brain where I enjoy classic professions, and something about the retail system, I cannot get into it. I think it's also a little bit different because, to me, right, like, the main reason why I'm doing all this profession stuff is because it helps my character. Like, I did all this alchemy stuff so that I can make myself these potions. And then when I'm using all these potions while leveling, I'm like, aha, you know, my character's stronger because I spent all that time leveling my alchemy. Or, oh, I have this ring that I crafted for myself by farming all those materials and then, like, training up the recipes and stuff. That's probably it. I think that's probably the best way I can put into words why this feels more satisfying. Because I'm not, like, leveling these professions to make gold. Obviously, the server's shutting down. Everything I do with these professions is to, like, improve my character in some way. So it's just, like, another progression metric to make my character stronger, but it feels rewarding in that sense. Whereas, like, just leveling a profession to make gold and then doing like farming something to like sell to make more gold, like that's just whatever. I guess maybe if the retail system forced me to do that, well, it's like a double-edged sword, right? I'd probably at least be a little bit more engaged in retail professions if it was something I was forced to do to progress my character. I'd obviously, as somebody who likes mythic rating, I'd have to do that. But I'd probably dislike it more because it was mandatory, whereas like Classic, you don't need to do that. Like, you don't, nothing's forcing you to get better items or potions and whatnot while leveling, but it still feels nice. I don't know, point I'm trying to make is I just enjoy it, so is what it is. Retail professions have very little personal reward. Yeah, I think it's also in a similar way. I kind of like leveling up engineering in like progression classic, like Kata and basically right Wrath through. Even like TBC had some cool stuff. Engineering has always just been really nice to have. I'm using it on this character even. But even through like MOP and stuff, like in MOP Classic, I worked on my engineering a lot. Now, I don't know if that necessarily feels quite as satisfying to do, but because at that point it is just like a chore. It's like you need to get your synapse springs or whatever they're called as like your little glove buff. But it still feels satisfying to do that, I guess. But that, I guess then a good question would be, is the game better off without that stuff? Because in some ways, I do like having alternate ways to empower my character, but also, at a certain point, it does kind of feel mandatory, especially for endgame rating. And I think that's kind of one of the things where people always are like, retail sucks. Retail has removed all these, like, fun little ways to progress your character. So, whereas, like, I'm saying I think this is fun, and, like, a classic player may agree with me that, like, all this profession stuff is fun, I tend to be like, well, I understand why they've removed it from retail. Like, I can enjoy it in this environment and still understand the reason that WoW has progressed to not need this stuff anymore. But you see so often people taking these as, like, reasons to hate the modern version of World of Warcraft without understanding that they're just fundamentally different games with different priorities. Because I play both, and I like both. And, well, yeah, it's a shame that you don't really get this feeling in retail anymore. I do think that, generally speaking, not forcing people to engage with stuff they don't like, because while I may enjoy this, I know for a fact the vast majority of people I raid with do not enjoy this, so forcing a mythic raider to do all this profession stuff, while I might not mind it, most people would be miserable. So that, I think, is just a very important thing to consider. It just makes the game overall more welcoming, which is important, right? It's important, I think, just for the player experience in general. But also, yeah, if you're trying to attract a wider audience to make money, like, I hate that that's how it is, but that is how it is. But I don't know. It's at the same time, like, Blizzard keeps adding different, like, little side content that you need to do. Like, they do the Delve Belt, they do Cersei Circlet, they do Corruptions, the Reshi Wraps, and now we're getting, like, the Omnium Folio, which apparently is not a piece of gear. Thankfully, that's good. But it's just yet another, like, side thing that you need to unlock. And it does make you wonder, like, if they're forcing people to do all of these little gimmicks to get extra power anyways, like, that's just the design they're going for in the modern state of WoW, then why not just, like, bake it into an evergreen system like Professions? I guess Professions technically have more of an upfront gold investment, so that's why, I guess. But it does feel weird that we've gone away from forcing people to, like, get their synapse springs, get their stronger shoulder enchants, or, like, sockets for their rings or whatever. Before, obviously, that was just a regular thing that you could get, or enchants for your rings. But now we're still adding these, like, side, like, forced power progression things, but just in a much less engaging way. I do think, for the record, World of Warcraft is just, no matter how you slice it, significantly worse off because of the existence of things like Cersei Circlet, the Delve Belt, etc. They do it every patch, and it is 100% a player retention metric. I do not know a single person who genuinely enjoys that. I only know people who, like me, absolutely fucking despise it, or people who are just like indifferent. They're like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't bother me that much, or I don't care. But I don't think anybody really, really enjoys it because it's just so transparently a way to get you to do extra shit to increase your character's power. At least professions back in the day, you had like the argument of like, well, you've invested all this time in gold, it should improve your character's power in some meaningful way. So there was kind of like an extra benefit beyond just like recouping the investments that you put into it, which kind of makes sense. You can at least understand the logic behind that decision. It doesn't completely come off as a let's force people to grind this tertiary thing to get more power for rating and whatnot, which is just obviously what new stuff like the Omnium Folio is. Anyways. Engineering in almost every expansion just felt like it had more than the others. Yeah, I mean, even still, engineering in retail is the only profession that I consistently get on all my characters, just because it has better quality of life, with all the teleports and stuff. It doesn't give you any power now, but... Well, actually, the irony is, for leveling, it does give you power. For leveling, it gives you access to a few more BOE slots, which, obviously, for speedruns and stuff is important. But, just at endgame, and the fact that at endgame, it is just kind of a mandatory profession because of the teleports means that it's just kind of a no-brainer to take on every single leveling character these days, but that's a separate debate. Leveling in retail is so fast, there's no point in leveling professions. In Classic, they let you breathe and break the monotonousness of leveling. I think monotony is probably a better word than monotonousness. Is that even a word? It sounds funny to say, monotonousness. But I get what you mean, either way. At max level, there's so much to do and everything can give you gold, so professions are not that necessary. Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, professions for people who want to make gold, even in retail, are still kind of necessary. Like, the people with multiple gold caps are the people doing professions. Give them 5 to 10 more years, they'll figure it out. The unfortunate reality is, I'm pretty sure Blizzard has already figured it out. They figured out how to optimize their game, just not in the way that players want, unfortunately, which is just, I don't know. I'm like non-stop just depressed about everything. Frankly, the state of World of Warcraft is the least of my concerns, but it doesn't really help that I'm just like, that's the direction we're taking at Blizzard? Okay. At the very least, look, said for years, I'm still playing retail because I enjoy the raids. The moment they fuck that up, I'm out, man. I'm gone. Fuck that. The raids are still good, and as long as the raids are still good, I will still continue to play retail. When that ends, I don't think it's just going to be me. That is the only thing. I know many, 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 many other people exactly like me who are just kind of, like, exhausted with the state of the game. I think there's a larger group of people who are also still hanging on for specifically M+, and they raid for fun, at least people I know. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are M+ exclusive, so I guess if they fuck either one of those up, they'll lose a pretty big chunk of players. But, yeah, it's the only thing, in my opinion, that retail still has going for it. And there's some, like, they're making effort. Like, the housing system, I think, is a step in the right direction, kind of. And I have praised the housing system. I do think it did a lot of things well. But, I mean, I guess I haven't, like, explicitly said it, but in my mind, I kind of decided that I am, like, permanent boycotting the housing system until they, I don't know, make some substantial changes to how the monetization works. And it's like, I'm not going to make a big deal out of that because I'm not going to, like, try to do some, like, performative, like, I am boycotting WoW housing. But, like, I've been working on a jumping puzzle, right? I've talked about that. I was going to make a video on it. And the moment I saw the way they're monetizing housing, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm not touching this shit. If it works out for them, and they can just squeeze a shit ton of money out of people who only play housing for that, I guess, is what it is, and I suppose that's just going to end up being yet another part of the game that I never touch. And it will be, like, mildly disappointing, because I did actually kind of enjoy housing when I tried it out, but yeah, then I will never touch it again. What I hope is, I think the way they're monetizing housing is just so unbelievably dogshit that there's a certain level of, like, monetization where I think even just the average person, you make them go just, what the fuck is this, dude? What is that? And housing has already reached that point, right? Like I said, I just refuse to touch it anymore. I am not going to invest any more time or effort into that system if that's what they're doing, which is, in my opinion, a real shame. Because I thought housing would be a fantastic way to get like a new type of person into World of Warcraft and to get like more casual players to enjoy it. You could introduce like a lot of fun game modes, and there are ways that you could monetize that in like I think a reasonable way that probably would make them lots of money. But they have chose to go on a different route with it, which is we are going to monetize it only to the whales, and that feels like such a mistake to me because they might, well, and this is just like fucking corporate America in general, right? But they might make more short-term money, especially because the people who are playing World of Warcraft right now might be a little bit more willing to just spend a ton of money on like these cool cosmetic things like they've been doing for mounts and stuff. But by doing this, by taking this approach with their housing system, they have just completely shut that off as a potential way to get people into the game. Nobody who's just like mildly interested in like a housing decorating thing is going to look at World of Warcraft's housing system and be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to try this out. Because even though it might have good bones, they've clearly shown you are either a diehard World of Warcraft player willing to shell out hundreds of dollars on these cosmetics, or you can fuck right off. And that is just, like, that is not the message that you want to send to the thing that's supposed to be bringing in a new chunk of audience to your game. It just clashes with the entire idea of housing as a system. So, or at least what I thought the idea with housing as a system was, what I think the logical idea, even from a business perspective, would be to use it as a way to draw in, to expand the player base, because if the game doesn't get more players, eventually it will die. But I guess that's the direction that some person in an executive level decided housing needed to go. So maybe it ends up not making a lot of money, and then they can correct course, but that has been, frankly, really depressing to see. Because one of the very, very, very few things that I actually talked about where I'm like, hey, I actually think Blizzard did a good job here. And then, of course, they shit the bed with it. How could they not shit the bed with it? Monotonousness is a word. That, it makes, you know what? I'm glad it is, because that is a cool fucking word, if that is a word. I was like, you know what? I really wish that was how you said it. But if it is an actual word, which I'll take your word for it, then W monotonousness. Wouldn't it be nice if they gave the other professions more quality of life and interesting perks? I mean, frankly, I just wish they overhauled professions in general. I think the Dragonflight profession rework was a colossal failure, just in general, but I've shared that opinion many times by now. Also, I feel bad because, like, this is a second channel thing, right? So people probably aren't used to it, especially since it's like a different type of game. So, yeah, there's the usual like pre-stream yap. This isn't even like really an intentional thing. It's just obviously I start stream and there's just like all these things that I've been like thinking about where I'm just like, you know, I'm not gonna make a video venting about the housing system, so I just want to like vent about that somewhere, and then especially if it like comes up, then you know I just think about it, right? And so I just yap, and that way I get it all out of my system before I can get into the actual stuff. The pre-stream yap is a Lonarra classic. Well, it is now. This is only the second Lonarra stream, and actually I was surprised to find out that I had never streamed on this channel before. I thought I did. I thought I did some like Mop remix streams, but I guess I didn't. I think at the time when I was primarily posting videos to Lonarra, I was only streaming on Twitch, because at that point I didn't know how to multi-stream yet. So, like, technically at the time I would have, but nowadays, obviously, if I'm doing a smaller, like, unrelated stream other than these, which obviously I'm putting it on Lonarra for a reason, but they just go to the Stream Archive channel, and I multi-stream there and Twitch. But yeah, it didn't occur to me until recently. But now it is a Lonarra classic as well. You've been fucking around in mid-game M+, 2.5 to 3.4k IO territory because you're in a position where the idea mythic rating sounds novel, but you don't have the passion to actually go for CE. I'll read the rest of what you said, and then I have thoughts. Last time you mythic rated was an Undermine between two mythic level guilds. One you dropped at Styx because they were just toxic, and the other you left at Mugsy Prog because you burned out hard. Yeah. I guess, like, so you said, like, you know, the passion, right? So that I feel, especially, you said you burned out at Mugsy. I get that, especially, like, Undermine is kind of interesting because it was an easy, like, air quotes, easy raid, but Styx into Sprocket, into Bandit, into Mugsy, that's a fucking gauntlet right there. Like, first three bosses easy, and, like, technically speaking, those bosses are all relatively speaking, easier than some of the other bosses we have now. But Undermine, I actually have, I think, a more well-rounded perspective of, because I raided in 2 guilds at the same time. One was at like the 1000 rank, and I just like raided there to play one of my other characters. Another was like at the level I usually play at, like 300. And obviously now I'm in a top 100 guild, but at the time in Undermine, I was raiding in 2 guilds at once. And the like the 300 ranked guild, yeah, Undermine was a significantly easier raid than a lot that I had experienced. Obviously, there were the bosses. I don't know if I would say they were undertuned, but they were just a little bit easier with a coordinated team. But the 1000 rank guild got absolutely farmed by Sprocketmonger and One Armed Bandit. Holy fuck. They took a very long time. And those bosses were not, like, in terms of pull counts, they were in the standard pull count range for what you would consider to be a reasonably challenging boss. It did not really reflect the perceived difficulty that, like, the Race to World First gave it. So, Undermine, I definitely think, like, I was kind of burnt out by the end of that tier, because, obviously, while I was raiding in 2 guilds at once, that'll burn anybody out. But, you know, as much as I like those people, so I didn't really complain about it at the time, because I didn't want to give the impression that I was, like, annoyed with the people I was raiding with, because they were nice people, but progging with them was very exhausting. I considered stopping, and after we killed Gallywix, I did drop that guild, just because I wanted to go back to only raiding in 1 guild at once. But I figured since I, committed to helping them with my warrior, I wanted to at least help them get cutting edge before I stopped. I was pretty upfront about that. And they took it well, right? That was actually one of the best best terms I've left a guild on, because they all understood, right? And they, like I said, they were nice, but they really struggled with those 2 bosses, especially. Sprocketmonger was brutal. Because Sprocketmonger is one of those things where one person fucking up, you just wipe. So you can just end up sinking hundreds of pulls into that boss. One Armed Bandit was very similar. Whereas, they're not that hard if everybody kind of knows what they're doing. So I can definitely understand that. Obviously, I like Mythic raiding. I do think it's a weird situation where, yeah, if you're not willing to, like, invest the time, or if you don't have the time to invest, period, it's not something that can be really approachable, but it is really fun. But I mean, I could talk about that forever. What was I gonna say? I guess back to the topic at hand, because I do want to get the show on the road. The reality is, I can only sit here and yap for so long, because I am on a clock. I'm on, I think, 8 days at this point, ballpark? 7 or 8. So, I will primarily be playing this paladin for most of the remaining leveling process. I'm debating exactly what I want to do here, because here's the thing, right? I want to do dungeons, and I've been debating, like on the last stream, so 3 days ago, I did some warlock leveling, and then I messed around with this paladin a little bit more, basically got some of my characters prepped, and then haven't streamed for 3 days, but I have been basically constantly playing Turtle WoW. I got my Shaman up to level 18, it was like 13 before, so I played that a good bit. I obviously got all my professions and stuff up. I got this character up to 21. I leveled a druid, and I got that up to 13. We'll be playing that a little bit towards the end of the stream. And I've been debating how I want to go about, like, the rest of the leveling process. What I want to do to see as much of this as I can. Why am I being pinged? Okay, it's just an announcement. Just a reminder that our raid is tomorrow. Okay, my guild leader's just doing a reminder for raid. Also, yeah, so tomorrow, I don't know. I will probably be streaming every single day until Turtle WoW shuts down at this point, because I'm at a stage where there's basically, like, a clear path where I can do pretty much exclusively custom content throughout the remainder of the time that it's running. Obviously, there will be some minor gaps, but in theory, I could, like, stop streaming, take a break, level a little bit on my free time, and then by the time that I stream again, I'll be back at, like, new custom content. The first, like, 20 levels, there's some stuff, like a few little hubs and whatnot, but the starting zones are relatively timeless, so they didn't change a ton, understandably. But there is, like, a lot of stuff, I think, from the mid-20s all the way up to 60, so there's, like, some new stuff that I could stream pretty much every single day. So I will be doing that. The only question is when, because obviously on some days I have raid. So there are going to be days, like my schedule in terms of the time is going to be all over the place. On the days when I have raid, either if I happen to wake up early, which, that's another thing, never know what my stream or sleep schedule is going to be like. If I wake up early, I might do like a morning stream or something like that, and then, I'll do raid later in the evening. Or I'll just, after raid at demon hours, I'll do a stream. Yeah, might be a demon hour stream. Frankly, this is already a demon hour stream. I don't know if you're in Europe, Single Die, but for me it is almost midnight. And I'm going to be streaming for at least a decent bit here. So, we'll see. Also, I have no idea how long each stream will be. There might even be some times where I might break up, like, multiple streams in a single day. So, in the past, I did, like, I pick one thing I want to do. I'm going to level this character. And usually it's on retail, right? So I just do, like, an 8-hour stream, I level the character, I yap for a little bit, and that's, like, the entire stream. And that's kind of how I like to do my streams, like, one thing is the focus. But, obviously, this is an ongoing process, but there's a lot of different zones. So what I might do is, like, let's say I'm leveling in a zone from, like, 35 to 40 or something. Maybe that's one stream, and then I take, like, a few hours break, and then when I get to the next zone, I stream again just a few hours later. Gives me a time to take, like, a short break, and then it also separate it. So if people just want to watch me level through, like, Baylor or something, that'll be one stream, and then when I get to Grim Reaches, that's, like, a separate stream or something. Some of those, I'm sure, will probably take too long to fit into, like, one 5-hour stream or something. Maybe I'll just have to split it up. We'll see. I'll figure it out. But that is the plan, at least, and most of that will be on this Paladin. I've gotten this set up a lot. The only thing I'm still debating is what I want to do for dungeons. Now, the main thing I was considering is Ambershire seems like that's like the new progression server. There are more people looking for dungeon groups, but not by that much. I see some people posting, but a lot of times I'll see someone posting, like, looking for 4 more for this dungeon. And I don't know. I feel like if I advertise, if I start to form groups, which is obviously what I'll need to do, I'll need to say, like, looking for people, I might be able to find enough people to put together some dungeon runs. But the reality with Turtle WoW is, let me look at my checklist. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 new dungeons, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 revamped dungeons. As in, like, there are existing dungeons like Dead Mines, Wailing Caverns, Black Fathom Deeps that have, like, new sections, new wings or bosses added onto them. And that's 20 dungeons. I do not think that I will, A, have enough time to do all 20 of them, but also be able to form 20 different groups, especially at separate level ranges. I actually think if I make it to level 60, I might have a reasonable chance at trying out the level 60 dungeons, just because I don't think it would be that hard for me to find people at level 60 who would be like, yeah, fuck it, I'll help this new player, do it. Because there are a decent amount of people at level 60 still playing, because they just have their characters. But the odds that there's, like, 4 other people in the level, like, 30 to 40 range who want to group together to do, like, one of these custom dungeons, the odds of that are extremely low. So I think, unfortunately, I won't be able to do all of those. There's just no way around that. And even, like, the dungeons that on Ambershire that I see people looking for is, like, Wailing Caverns and Windtorn Canyon, which is one of the new dungeons. And those are the lower level ones. They're, like, in the 20 to 30 range. So obviously it's easy enough for people nowadays to, like, get a character leveled up. I'm going to try to get to 60, but I think I'm probably one of an extremely few number of people who would even be willing to do that. So I'd be reliant on people who already just have characters who log in for shits and giggles and be like, let me see if I can do this dungeon. Now, I have seen some people, like, at level 60 helping other people experience these dungeons. If push comes to shove, what I might do is, like, towards the very end, on, like, the last day or so, any dungeon that I missed, I might see if, like, any level 60s want to group up to try and, like, blast through this, just so I can see the new content. But I would like to at least try to do as many dungeons, like, at the required level as possible. Now, the very first dungeon is Frostmane Hollow, and it is recommended for, like, level 15 to 16. Now, I've already passed that on this character. What I'm going to try and do, because that one I think should be easy enough to form a group for, is I'm going to try and get my druid up to level 16. I mean, well, I'm going to. I guess I'm saying I'm trying to. I can very easily do this. My druid's already 13. So I'm going to level it a little bit towards the end of the stream, and then I'll probably do some like stuff in Darkshore to get it up to 16. And then I'm going to try to do the dungeon on that character. That way I can still tank it. It won't be my paladin, but I'll still get the experience of tanking that dungeon. So that should be neat. I would imagine I'll be able to find people for that. Shouldn't be too hard. It's like RFC, but for Alliance. So not very difficult to find groups for it. Then the only other like low-ish level dungeons that are different is Dead Mines has 2 new bosses, and Wailing Caverns has 2 new bosses. Wailing Caverns on Alliance, I feel like there's 0 chance that I'm going to find a group for this, but I'm right at the level for Dead Mines, and I've also already done on this character, without even knowing it, I was just doing quests in Westfall, and I got 2 breadcrumb quests that sent me, gave me like the dungeon quests that they added for the 2 new bosses. So I'm considering trying to find a Dead Mines group on this character, but the problem with finding dungeon groups like that is, at this point, if I want to continue leveling my paladin, I am going to very quickly outlevel Dead Mines if I continue any further. Like, I've only just barely hit 21, which is, like, you could technically do Dead Mines up to, like, level 23, but at a certain point, you'll just trivialize it. So, I'm gonna see if I can find a group, but what might end up happening is, like, while I'm just, like, at the end of stream, doing my professions and whatnot, I'm just gonna start posting, looking for more Dead Mines, and if I find people for it, I'm not gonna, like, start a brand new stream just to do that. I'll probably just record that dungeon process, and I should note I'll do the same thing for my druid with Frostmane Hollow, because I don't know how long it's going to take to form that. So probably while I'm on my druid, I'll just go around, I'll like farm herbs and like leather and stuff like that, and post looking for a group. And if I find one, I'll record it. I will post like a video just of the run on the channel, and that way like we get to have some footage of that, even if it's not done on stream. The other ones, I'll, like, when I get to those level ranges, I'll start posting in chat, like, especially while I'm streaming, because it'll probably take longer to form, and I won't out-level them quite as easily. You know, each level will take a little bit longer as I go. But right now, I'm kind of in this weird position where I'd still like to try and do Dead Mines, but I don't know if I can. What I can say is that if I don't manage to find a Dead Mines group by tomorrow, I'm just going to say fuck it, and I'm going to continue leveling this paladin, and then I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I might come back to it later on. I would very much like to do, especially the other new dungeons. Like missing out on the new Dead Mines bosses would be a bummer. I still would like to see that, but I want to try when I get to level like 26 through 40 to do the new dungeons that they added, which I've heard really good things about. So we'll see. Those ones, especially to my knowledge, will not be saved if they or when they shut down the servers. Like, there's already been some leaked versions of, like, the older files, which a lot of the older dungeons are still in there, but the brand new ones that got added, like, within the last year that are not in the leaked files, those are in the 26 to 40 range, so I would really, really like to see those. We'll see, though. Dungeons are just kind of, unfortunately, a little bit tricky because of that. You were playing Fire Mage at the time? Oh, was that, yeah, and that was actually like peak Fire Mage, pretty much. I missed that message earlier, I think. You'd love to help populate your dungeons, but you probably won't be able to keep pace. I guess, you know, that's probably a good point, though. I'll make a post about that in my Discord, like, after the stream. But for Frostbane Hollow, Dead Mines, and Wailing Caverns, if people start now, I mean, reaching level 20 takes, like, a day or two. If that. Like, obviously, it takes an afternoon of dedicated leveling, but I think for the average person leveling on and off, you could probably get there pretty easily. So, that's not a bad idea. I feel like there would be a decent amount of people who might be interested in that, of like, hey, if I just post here, if anybody wants to level a character, we can do a dungeon run. That's not a bad idea. And there's no time limit on my druid, right? That's why I said I already wanted to continue leveling this paladin, so I just figured, okay, screw it. I'll level this past the level range for Frostbane Hollow, but now I can get my druid up to 16, and that way I can still tank the dungeon on a bear, different class, but no, I still like tanking, even on classic druid. But I'll post about that. Good call. And hey, yeah, if you want to level up, like, just a character on I guess it would be Nordinar Alliance then. Just to like, I don't know, 15 or 20 or something like that. And you want to group for Frostmane Hollow and maybe Deadmines at some point over the next few days, yeah, you're welcome to. That would definitely be something that is an option. With that said, I think I'm like trying to think, is there anything else I want to talk about on my Paladin? Well, I have plenty of time to see this character. I'm going to quickly show some of my other characters. I've got 2 bank alts set up, of course, because I need somewhere to store all this stuff. My Warlock, I haven't leveled, obviously, since the other stream, but I've been using this as my alchemy and tailoring character. So, I've just, you can see, like, all the stuff I mailed over. I did mail over some gear. I'm debating whether I want to level this character up to 20. If I have free time, I might do that, just so I can get more potions, up to 225 skill at the very least. But I got a lot of silk cloth, and I mailed it over to this character, because there was a lot of, like, basically for vendor value silk cloth on the auction house, and I know I'm going to need a lot of that. So I'm debating whether I want to continue my Warlock, but this has been my alchemy and tailoring character. You can see I've almost got into the max already for alchemy, what I can do right now, which is why if I want to get any stronger potions, I'm going to need to continue leveling. We'll see. I honestly think leveling is pretty fast here if you know what you're doing, especially with the infinite rested experience. I've obviously been a little bit slow over the last few days just because I've been taking detours to get profession stuff, and also I've been trying to like go to all different corners of the world to see all of the different custom content. There's like what I'm trying to think of what I've done. There's like some stuff in Stormwind that's neat. There have been a few quests like in Westfall and Elwyn Forest that were new that I thought were cool. Like I said, there was a little chain that led up to the breadcrumb quests for the new Deadmines bosses. So that's kind of cool. I still have a few on my Paladin that I might try to finish. Silverpine Forest had 1 or 2 new quests. We'll get to see that on my Shaman. I did these in order to unlock the breadcrumbs for Tearsfall Uplands, which is what we'll be actually leveling through on this stream. What else? There were some new things in Teldrassil that I thought were interesting. The coolest thing about the Teldrassil quests is that I knew going in that there was a new area. It's called Ursan Heights. It's this little mountain area down here. I'll show that later in the stream on my Druid, because I still haven't done that yet. I did it on my Paladin already. But as I was going through Teldrassil, there were a few quests where I'm like, I don't really remember this, but I couldn't be sure, because I've leveled Night Elf Druids a bunch. I've done basically all the quests in this zone multiple times over, and even still, there were a few quests where I had to double check, is this new? It fits in so well, and then I'm like, oh no, this is a new custom quest, but it's like perfectly blended into existing quest areas, and it just feels right. A lot of times what they did is, I checked the Wowhead Classic pages, and there were a few mobs that are in WoW Classic, but just have nothing like tied to them. There's even little like comments from 2005 saying like, is there anything tied to this mob? Nope, guess that it was from a quest that never got added or something like that. And then now they're part of a quest. And it's nothing crazy, it'll give you just like a green or something like that. Nothing really spectacular, so I was like, yeah, I can do this off stream, it's not that important. But I did think it was worth noting. I did record it all. I don't know if I'm ever going to post any of just the random quest footage. Like this one, there's a little guy up in the mountains. You just go, you kill like a treant in this area, go back to him. He gives you like a belt or something. It's neat. It blends in really well. And I think it's exactly the type of thing that makes Turtle WoW really good. It just feels natural. It doesn't feel like just this really altered version of Classic. It's just like, yeah, what if they just continued adding regular stuff to the game? And I thought that was really neat. Darkshore, there were a few things. There's a Tuskar guy up north on the shore. That's, I guess, definitely a bit of an addition. But where you do, like, the quest to kill the robot, the elite quest, there's just a Tuskar on the beach. He gives you a quest to kill some crabs. And I do remember reading, because I did, like, obviously a lot of reading on the wiki, that apparently there's a new zone somewhere. I don't know if you can see it on the map anywhere, but there's, like, a new island off the northern coast, and the Tuskar will take you there. Get to the point. Okay. You can be gone. Thank you. I will talk as much as I feel like talking, and if you don't like that, you can leave. I will never understand why people, like, watch a streamer that I guess he clearly doesn't enjoy the yapping. Understandable, right? You know, my style of streaming is not for everybody, but like, just don't watch it. Don't like complain in chat that you don't like the fact that I'm yapping. This is the point, right? The irony of saying get to the point is you've missed the point. I'm just talking about all the stuff that I've done leveling over the past few days and why I think Turtle WoW is so cool. That's the entire point. Like, you're too stupid. See, you missed that. But yeah, so there's apparently a new island off the northern coast, and the Tuskar at higher levels gives you a quest that will take you there. So I didn't realize that he also had lower level quests. I remembered reading about it, and then when I was just questing in Darkshore, going up and down the beach to get the different sea monsters, I was like, oh, hey, that's the thing I read about. Apparently there's just a level 20 quest to collect crab meat. I'm guessing that's like a prerequisite for the later on stuff that takes you to that island, so I've gotten that out of the way. And that's my gnome, at least. Druid, we can show my druid later, because I will be doing that. My high elf character, I leveled this, like, over a year ago, like I mentioned. I don't know if I'll bother going through the high elf starting zone again just to show it, maybe if I have time towards the very end. The only thing on this character I've been doing is I started getting leatherworking set up, just because if I decide to level any character further, it would probably be my druid. So I wanted to just have this as a leftover, like, it's a paladin. I already have my human paladin, but it's already level 14, so I might try and just speed level this up to 20, get access to more leatherworking armor kits and stuff like that, and I already had some leftover gear, so I figured, fuck it, may as well. And also, this lets me get mining, because I have enchanting engineering on my paladin, which I think will be important later on, and on my druid, I've been doing herbalism and skinning, but I need some character for mining, so I guess it may as well be this one, because it's the one leftover profession slot that I haven't used. And then I haven't really touched this character much at all. This is just the old goblin warrior that I leveled before. It has jewel crafting and blacksmithing. I haven't really gotten these set up a lot because, again, getting any sort of low level like copper and whatnot is really difficult. That's one of the main reasons I might level this and start farming copper, etc. Because I cannot buy this stuff in the auction house. It doesn't exist. So I can't really level any blacksmithing or jewel crafting at all without raw materials that I farm myself, and I might need to do that. With all of that said, these are all of my... I might need to back. Yeah, okay. Sometimes if I just hit change realm, it works. These are all the characters that I leveled in the previous video, like 6 months ago, and this is my Shaman. So, on this character over the last few days, I did a bunch of stuff in the Barrens, nothing terribly interesting, it's just mostly regular Baron stuff, but there were a few quests, because when we left off 6 months ago, I finished all of the, like, the Kulturas quests, so little recap, I guess, for anybody who didn't watch that. They added some new Kulturas stuff in the Echo Isles, so there's, like, little Kulturas invaders, camps. This area, Tierguard Keep, has been expanded slightly, and it all culminates in a questline that sends you to this new island, Anchor's Edge. And although all the Kulturas stuff is, like, in the level 10 range, because it's part of Durotar, the chain then, after you finish all this stuff, sends you into Orgrimmar, you talk to Thrall, it sends you into Ratchet, you do a few, like, little fetch quests around Ratchet, nothing super interesting, but then the final quest is level 20. It is this thing, Cutting Ranks and Anchor's End. And that's what finally sends you to that island, the new one that they added. And that is going to be the last thing that I do on this Shaman. So, as I said before, I've been thinking about how I want to continue leveling this character. I really decided early on that it's either going to be I continue the Shaman or I continue my Paladin. But the problem with Ambershire is that there just seem like less people overall available. And also the economy is catastrophic. And also, I don't have 2,000 gold because I didn't get randomly gifted a bunch of gold by people. And that does help, right? Generally speaking, I like to have a more, like, pure, quote-unquote, leveling experience. But at the same time, there's, you know, a trade-off, right? Of pure leveling experience, seeing all the content before it gets wiped from the face of the earth in a week. At a certain point, I have to be like, look, if I'm going to see all the content, I need to use every single resource at my disposal. And so, yeah, it does seem like that's what I'm going to have to do. So, my plan, at least for the Shaman, I've already picked up every single breadcrumb. I did a few stuff in Silverpine. And I'm going to actually... anything that's in... there's some weird stuff here. Yeah, so this is the Barrens. My quest tracker seems to have bugged out. I was going to say, I thought I cleared my quest log of all the remaining Silverpine stuff, but it's showing me all of my Barrens tracking stuff here. Okay, that seems to have fixed it. So there were a few breadcrumb quests in Silverpine that led me into the Tearsfall Uplands. I already did those. They didn't have anything special, really. A lot of them were just like, bring this package to so-and-so. So I just wanted to keep my quest log clear. I did that in advance. But all the actual new quests in this area, I'm going to do here for the first time. And I obviously positioned my Shaman fairly close by, so I don't need to run super far to get there. Now, from what I've read, apparently the Tearsfall Uplands are one of the earlier things they added. And they posted a development roadmap, like, I think a week ago or so, basically saying, this is what we would have done if the server didn't get shut down. These were, like, this was our plan, and it showed all of the upcoming content and stuff that they were going to work on, which is kind of disappointing, right? I think I talked about this in the last stream, where they showed some Quel'Thalas stuff. They were going to make a Grim Batol raid. They talked about some of the work-in-progress boss designs for the Grim Batol raid that obviously will never come to pass. So that's a bit of a bummer. And apparently they were going to revamp Tearsfall Uplands at some point, because apparently it is old. So I don't know how it's going to hold up compared to some of the other stuff that I've seen and or heard about. But I mean, hey, new zone is a new zone, so I'll try it out. I also don't know how many quests it will have. It's technically not a fully new zone, right? It's just like a new subzone. There seem like there's a decent amount of things here. Yeah. I'm also not concerned about the leveling efficiency at this point, because like I said, we're ditching this character the moment I've done everything, at least in the immediate vicinity. So I figured, since I had mentioned that I was going to go here next in part 1 of my Shaman leveling, and then also I started the Kulturas chain in part 1 of the Shaman leveling, I wanted to at least resolve those two plot threads, I guess, so to speak, of doing Tearsfall Uplands, especially because that's, you know, I think there's maybe quests here for Alliance, according to the wiki, but I don't know whether it's really fully designed for them. And also I'll finish the Kulturas stuff. And then if I play this character at all, beyond that, it'll be like right at the very end, if my Paladin somehow makes it to 60, and I have more free time. I'm going to be honest, the odds of that are very low. While I think I can maybe make it to 60 on my Paladin, it's going to be tight. I have my work cut out for me, so the odds that I can do that with time to spare are just, they're not great. Yeah, the entrance, there might be other entrances. I think there's like a port area here. I don't know if there's a boat that leads to it, but there's this path up in the mountains, which seems to be the intended way to enter the zone. Also, I've been yapping a lot. I need to conserve my voice at least a little bit, so as we go, I'm going to slow the rate of my yapping. I gotta control myself a little bit. But yeah, I do like the way that you enter this place. Like, there's the little worn-down gate. This I did see before, because I had to turn in the breadcrumb quests. But everything beyond here is new. So there's some mobs. The guard looks like it's taken care of. Alright. Rumble Point Tower. It's right up here. I guess I'll do this. I know there's a bunch of quests over in the town. I'm gonna quickly hover over. Do any of these overlap? I'm not seeing anything that, like, references this tower, so I think I can just do this quest. And I don't need to pick up any others. Obviously, I want to still be somewhat efficient. I want to, even though it's a new zone, I'd like to level as if it was... how do I put this? I want to approach this as if I was just, like, leveling normally. The main thing I'm trying to do is see the new content and get to experience that. But I do think part of the interesting experience is getting to play through it as if it was, you know, you're trying to level efficiently, etc. Because that's just always how I level, even if I do somewhat take my time to sniff the roses. I have my potions here. So, oh yeah, new Shaman stuff. I finally got my taunt at level 18, Earthshaker Slam. So this is one of the things they did to make it so Shamans can tank. There's also for talents, I have this thing. So 45% of the threat generated by my totems is transferred to me. I could take one more point later on if I want to, and get it up to 90%, which I don't think I really need. Unfortunately, not that this character will be tanking dungeons anyway, but I think being able to just drop, for instance, a Fire Nova totem and get 45% of the threat from that, that seems like good enough already. Drop my Earthen Wall totem, just for a bit of survivability. I did a glance at some macros, and I couldn't figure out a ton of stuff. I might look into that more later, but for now, I've been vibing with just like the janky classic setup of having to actually use a start auto attack button. No, it's not the fanciest thing ever, but it gets the job done. Yeah, I just need to kill mobs here, right? Nothing crazy. Gonna place my totems again. Can I? Ooh, shit! I think my totem got that. I have potions, so I should be fine. Okay, my Flame Shock's gonna take care of that. Flame Shock will take care of that. Okay. Yeah, probably dropping my totem in the doorway was was not the best move. Yash TCM said, sent you a little gold, enjoy. Oh, on this character? Oh, shit. The two kinds. Which server is my paladin on? Nordinar. Nordinar Alliance. And then this character, the Shaman, is Ambershire Horde. I still think no matter what, I will probably stick with my paladin, at least for the foreseeable future. The other thing that I've been considering, right, is I think no matter what I do, if I do decide to, like, continue my Shaman, now, obviously, in this case, the main thing that, like, I guess I should, my train of thought's all over the place. So I've been debating re-leveling a Shaman on Nordinar, on Horde. One thing that I didn't realize initially is a lot of stuff is cross-faction. I knew that you could do some things at endgame cross-faction, because I remember my friend was telling me that, like, you could obviously tank in a raid with, like, Shamans and Paladins and stuff, but I didn't realize that, like, I could just easily send mail cross-faction and stuff. So, effectively, that doesn't make much of a difference. One thing I'm not sure about is, like, can you just do regular, leveling dungeons and quests and whatnot cross-faction, like, in the open world? Or is that still faction-specific? That I still don't know. At the very least, though, I realized I can just easily mail between my characters. So, like, my Goblin is Horde, but I can just use that as my Nordinar jewel crafting and blacksmith character. So that's nice. And in that case, there is a chance that I could just level up another Shaman on Nordinar, and just, if I have time, continue with that. And I might do that. Technically, like, what do I lose if I do that? I lose the professions that I've leveled in Ambershire, but at this point, for better or for worse, I've already made all that progress back up on Nordinar, and then some. I think at this point my professions are further along, with the exception of my blacksmithing and jewel crafting, I think are slightly higher on Ambershire, just because when I first started leveling this Shaman in, like, part 1 of the video, I... okay, there it is. I initially had herbalism and mining. Actually, I still do. Yeah, so I had way more ore and stuff that I was able to send over to level that up, but because I didn't level mining on my paladin, on Nordinar, I'm just, like, I'm lacking raw materials to finish leveling those professions up. Oh, shit, I gotta turn in that quest here. Oops. Shouldn't be too hard to get back up. Yeah, no, I figured that you couldn't do. That would just cause a lot of issues, grab Horde Quest as Alliance. I just mean, like, could Alliance and Horde players run Dead Mines together, for instance? Is that possible? What's I saying, though? But yeah, like, other than, obviously, setting my professions back up again, which I've already done, and, like, yeah, I would need to get my Shaman a little bit more gear, but if I already have all my professions and I can just buy some random greens off the auction house, that wouldn't really take me too much time to make up. So the only thing I would really be losing in terms of progress on my Shaman is A, the quests that I've already done, like the unlocks and whatnot, and B, all of the like the Shaman specific like Fire Totem, Earth Totem. I don't think that took me that long to do, but I guess technically that is something to consider. But leveling is fast enough that I think if I made a concerted effort with the advantage of, a bunch of crafted stuff that I can mail to myself, then I could probably get a new Shaman leveled up to 20 reasonably quickly. But that's why I figured, okay, no matter what I do, I want to at least do this stuff on my original Shaman. Because I've already gotten all this stuff unlocked regardless, and I want to make sure that's taken care of. Like, I don't want to have to redo the entire Kulturas quests, because I'll be honest, the Echo Islands Kulturas stuff did not feel efficient in terms of XP. There was a ton of travel time to go back and forth between Echo Islands, Razor Hill to do all that stuff. I did it because it was, new, cool content, and I do think it's neat, right? It's cool that they added that. But there was, like, zero chance that that is efficient from a leveling perspective anyway. So, like, I don't need to do that again if I were to get a second Shaman up. Maybe there's something good from it, but, like, what are the quests that I get? Cutting ranks, I don't even, like, doesn't even have any displayed reward, 15 silver. Like, I don't really think the rewards from that quest are that good. I'm going to do it on this character for the novelty of it, but I technically don't need to do that again. Like, that's, not mandatory. So as long as I show it here for fun, then if I were to level a second Shaman, it wouldn't really make much of a difference in the end. I don't know if I'll do that. Again, it really depends on how much time I have. Okay, so you can do low-level dungeons cross-faction. That's neat. Just to lock it in, Lonarra Alliance is what you'll be doing for all the new content 50 to 60? Yeah. That is my current plan. I'm gonna go here and pick up all these quests. I think at this point I could also just drop all of my Baron stuff. I do not think I will be doing these, and worst case scenario, I can just pick them up again. He'll make a mage, nice. Is there any mailbox in this town? It's kind of interesting that... I mean, honestly, it does fit the classic vibes. There's like a little town here, but there's no flight path. There's no mailbox, but there is like a forge and stuff. So it has some amenities, but nothing amazing. Nothing like a fully fledged town would have. That's a new voice. Just a note, if you plan to do dungeons for XP, make sure you don't group with people 10 levels or higher than you. Yeah. Well, so that was kind of my plan. I think I mentioned this before, right? But for doing dungeons, I'm going to do one of two things. I'm either going to try and do it with a bunch of people at level to get like an accurate idea of what it would be like, or I'm just going to wait until, like, I'll skip it, I'll come back when I'm higher level, and I'll just grab whoever I can just to experience the dungeon. I'd probably do that at the very end, though. Like, in the last few days. Any dungeons that I missed, I'll try to do, like, while over-leveled, just to see what it's like. But that is how I'm going to try and approach it. And then, the thing that Single Die is talking about, I don't know if you were here, Yash, when I mentioned that before, but I'll probably put out a post in my Discord. I'm gonna see if there's anybody that wants to try and level up a character up to like 20 or something, because I figure there would be enough people who might be interested in trying to, like, throw together a dungeon group for the early stuff, like Frostbane Hollow, Dead Mines, etc. The higher level dungeons, obviously, I think I'm probably one of the only people who's actually going to invest that much time. So I'll just have to, if people are around there, cool. If not, you know, is what it is. But for the lower level dungeons, like, that's not that much of a time investment, and I think there's still some cool stuff there. Unfortunately, I did ask people in my guilds. None of them were really interested. Can't really blame them. I mean, a lot of them aren't classic enjoyers anyway, and we just got done with a raid tier, so there's a few of them that are finally pushing M+ because they've been too busy with raiding to do that, and then a lot of them are just playing, like, League of Legends or other games, or just taking a break, period, which, yeah, understandable. It is kind of funny how all this did line up. One thing that I'll admit I've been kind of dreading is the moments that I'm done with all this stuff, it's kind of a break. I get, like, half a break. This is definitely more relaxing than, like, Mythic rating progression or, you know, working on an 11-hour video. So there's that. But the moment this is done, I desperately need to update my add-on, because I'm still getting regular questions about, like, when's the next update? I don't even know how I want to do that, right? Because it's like, when you haven't touched something like that in so long, there's a bunch of changes that I think are really important, so, like, I should probably put out just, like, a quick update. Like, it's a quick, small update, not, like, it still takes time for me to do, so I couldn't just, like, in an afternoon right now, just throw it together. Like, I'd have to spend some time, like, looking through the code and figuring out how to cleanly implement it. But, like, a very crucial bug fix, quality of life update, and add things like people regularly say, like, oh, when are you going to add, like, the Dark Way and stuff? Which at this point has been out for over a month. It is worth including. But at this point, that's, like, the most frequently asked question, which is fair. Like, that, it's a very fair question to ask, all things considered. But while there are a lot of, like, bigger updates that I want to add, I don't want to basically cook, you know, for 1 month, add, like, a really big update to the add-on, and then all of the minor quality of life features are gated behind that. So I'll have to figure that out. But then the other thing I'm worried about is, like, I haven't updated the add-on in, like, 2 months at this point. It will be pretty much 2 months by the time that I make that post. So if I put out a really small update, people are going to be like, that's it? 2 months? And you haven't done that? Obviously, people who've been following along understand, you know, I've been really busy. I've only just started working, and there's going to be more to come. But it's like, how do I strike that balance of, like, not giving off the impression that, like, I've done literally zero work for 2 months, which is true, but obviously, without the context, that might seem crazy. But giving people the understanding of, like, there's more to come, especially because I've said I'm going to finish the Sojourner routes by the end of May, which I do still think that's possible. I'd like to be able to do that, but that's the thing. I don't want to put, like, you know, adding the Dark Way is something that I should just be able to do very easily, at least within, like, a day or so of effort. Adding some, like, really important quality of life fixes should also be relatively easy, and I don't want to put myself in a position where, like, the Dark Way only gets added when every single Sojourner route is done. I feel like that's a little bit too much to wait. I kind of figured I'd actually have to fight all 3 of them. Okay, well, this makes it a lot easier. The aggro is so strange on this server, I will say. Because I've had mobs that are, like, super spread out and all get chain pulled, and here, I was fully expecting this to be a 3-pull, and it was not. A pleasant surprise, I guess? I don't need to use any of my potions, but alright. Especially because this guy's beefier than I had expected. Just a note, if you plan to do dungeon... Oh, I read that. Blah, blah, blah. There's another town with quests, flight path, and I believe mail to all the way to the coast on the west. Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, so there's I guess a breadcrumb quest that directs me here. So that's probably why they have that. It's like pointing you in that direction. Well, I guess I will see that soon. I still need to kill mobs. I'll clear this out and then I get the mining node. You'll get used to the aggro system over time? Yeah. I mean, anything like that, for sure. It hasn't, like, ruined my experience or anything. It's just, it's not bad, it's just different. Which, yeah, I think is kind of what you mean by that. It's especially, you know, challenging, obviously, breaking however many years of, like, muscle memory of just, I have this kind of, like, second nature. I look at a pack of mobs, and, like, my brain will just tell me, these are linked, because I'm just, like, so used to the relative ranges. So, sometimes that is not what happens, and then I'm just like, okay, am I stupid? Or is it just different here? And at this point, I've seen enough examples, and like you said, it's clearly a little bit different here, but over time, I'll probably see enough examples to, like, rebuild that muscle memory, I guess, of, like, this is probably close enough or too far, etc. Do I need more? I need one more scavenger, like this guy. Oh, also, on my paladin, I got the turtle mount, so I have done that. The problem is the Darkwind Fair is down right now, so I can't get it on my shaman. So I only just hit 18 last night. So I don't really know if I'm going to bother. From what I could tell, though, on my paladin, there, it doesn't seem to be, like, that impactful. I did some, like, stopwatch testing, and it seems to be slightly faster than just regular walking at 18 the moment you get it. I have read that apparently mount speed scales with your level or something like that, so I'm guessing it will feel a little bit faster as I continue. And for long distances, it definitely feels like, yeah, it's still worth the time it takes to mount up, but a lot of times if I'm just, like, going from point A to point B, it doesn't really save a lot of time. So I'm not too concerned about not having it for Shaman, especially because if I do continue leveling my Shaman, I get Ghost Wolf. In fact, what level do I get Ghost Wolf? Let me check WoW Classic. Ghost Wolf. Do you learn this? I'm just going to read the comments on Wowhead. When... Okay, I'm not seeing... I think there's a section on Wowhead. If I go to Talent Calculator Shaman, and I just check all the levels of stuff that you learn. You learn... Okay, Ghost Wolf's level 20. Alright, cool. There we go. I thought it was level 20, but I just wanted to confirm. Speed scale formula is 0.5 speed per each level, so if you're level 20, your speed would be plus 10%. Ah, gotcha. That makes sense. I need these guys right now. Remnant Scouts. I guess I'll kind of just circle out from the town for now if there's anything close. And then once I get to a point where, like, this quest is sending me all the way up here, before I do that, I'll probably head down to the dock area just to see if there's any overlapping quests. But since this is right close by, maybe there's, like, a breadcrumb or something. So I just want to knock this out immediately. Also, for add-ons, let me check. So I have Atlas loot just for fun. There's a Bigwigs for Turtle. I don't know how useful that will be. This thing, the quest tracker, PF Quest, that definitely get. All the add-ons are on the launcher, by the way. I have Shagu DPS, that's the damage meter down here. Shagu Tweaks, I have no idea what that does, but I have it installed. Turtle Mail, I don't know how much that actually helps the mailbox, but I have it. And then I only have one other add-on that... Well, I have the attack bar add-on. That's nice, I guess. And then I have a thing where if I hover over the zones, so you can see the level range, that's from an add-on called... I think it's something like level range. Let me see. Zones level. There you go. So nothing crazy. There's also a tweak section of the launcher that lets you change things like the nameplate distance, the like render distance, etc. It lets you turn on auto loot by default. One thing I couldn't figure out is when I played like 6 months ago, I had an add-on that allowed me to auto pick up and turn in quests, but I could not find that. I checked for a while. I could not figure out what add-on was doing that, and from what I could tell, a lot of add-ons were broken by the recent update they did, and I think because, obviously, the server is dying, a lot of people just didn't bother to update their add-ons for, like, the latest patch. So I'm guessing whatever I was using before that let me get the auto accept and turn in thing is just, like, kind of deprecated. Which is fine. Honestly, like, it was very jarring at first having to manually pick up all the quests, but eventually you're just like, it's not that bad. Especially for Classic, like, you don't really notice it as much. Oh, maybe Lazy Pig does that? I could see it. I will try that. I missed that part. I saw it was some automation stuff, but it didn't... Like, at a glance, I didn't notice anything. But it is also entirely possible that I am just blind. Like, that is not beyond the realm of reason. Shagu Tweaks is a must? Gotcha. I have no idea what it's actually doing, because I think I just installed that before I ever played. But I do have that. The Bigwig type add-on is just called Bigwigs. It's like something Bigwigs. Oh, the advanced option tab is Shagu Tweaks. Okay, yeah. I did not realize this was what Shagu Tweaks was giving me. Yeah, so I have a lot of stuff turned on here. So definitely very good. That's good to know, Yash. Yeah, I did not realize that. This is... I need one more so I can get that guy down there. I'm gonna try and draw him close to my totem so I don't need to replace it. Oh, well, it despawned anyway. Alright, whatever. There's... that quest I could do along the road. Not too bad.
I may be dead, but that does not mean I will live like a peasant.
Okay. So that was good to do first. I think before I do anything else, because I'm guessing that this central area, this is like where all the quests are. The port area, I would imagine this part is all town. So presumably whatever quests I get here are going to take place somewhere in the Whispering Forest area. So I'm going to go along the road. I'm going to do that quest. So I think I could do that on the way. And then I'll pick up everything in that other town. Consider decursive a must for dungeon. I assume that's if you're healing, right? Because, like, decursive, that's a thing in retail, too, or at least it used to be. I don't know if it broke with the recent changes. I remember hearing back in the day, like, way long ago, a lot of people swearing by that stuff. But I'm not healing. I mean, admittedly, I've never really used add-ons like that, even in regular Classic. Just because, again, I don't really heal. Maybe. It also might be the case that, like, in the Classic UI, like, the retail upgraded version of Classic, the display of debuffs is just better to the point where I never felt like I needed it. Private Flame Slain. While I'm here, I'll go down and pick up those quests, but the turn-in point is back there. For any class that can remove debuffs, that's fair. Ah, fuck it, you've convinced me. I mean, I can press one button and download it, right? Where is it? Actually, where is... Hold on, I'm looking through the add-ons here. There's Shagu Tweaks Extras that apparently I don't have, so I guess I'll download that. I'm seeing... Cursive Raid? Is that the one? I don't see, like, actual decursive, but I'm guessing this is just Turtle's version of decursive. Cursive Raid. I'll download that. And that seems like everything. Okay, there's also one other add-on that I'm seeing here that shows, like, drop tables. That actually seems quite nice. And let me look at Lazy Pig more. Auto dismount, auto accept. I'll also download Lazy Pig and check to see if I missed something, and maybe that does have auto accept. All right, I'm not gonna look at that right now. I don't want to try and configure that, but, like, after I'm done streaming, I'll take a look. Should be in the Turtle Wow Wiki add-on sections. Oh, the only thing I've been looking at is there's an add-ons tab on the launcher that has all this stuff. If there is, like, another way to get add-ons, I can maybe look at it after. But that isn't what I've been personally looking at, so I would have to do more digging to figure that out. So are there any boats that lead here? Because I see port.
What do you require?
Figure there must be some way to get. Okay, hey, good thing I went here first. There is another quest in the area. Launcher only has a few for convenience, but the Turtle Wiki has the full list of add-ons. Gotcha. Yeah, I will take a peek later then. Also, why am I being pinged? Oh, Wordle. Right. Also my co-tank. Apparently, Loon's Chosen is really good for dungeons now. God damn. My Coatsink has been testing it out, and he sent me some logs. Which makes me sad because I really liked... Well, I still really like Druid of the Claw. But at the very least, it looks like Loon's Chosen actually does damage. And one of the things that really bugged me is that Loon's Chosen was tanky, but it did like no fucking damage. But with the Thrash changes, apparently that plus the Loon's Chosen Thrash modifiers is actually very strong. So they finally found a way to fix a Loon's Chosen, I guess. Better or for worse. Huh. I always check all those supply vendors for rare recipes. This looks like these are all the quests. So there is a Flight Master here at the very least. Okay. Well, that is nice. I didn't want to have to walk here every single time. Yeah, I'm gonna swim out to that island. I want to see what's there. And obviously check the rest of this. I mean, so far, even though it seems like a relatively small little area, this is pretty neat. Like, this is a vibe. They definitely nailed the Tearsfall Glades, like, Silver Pine aesthetic. This feels like a natural expansion. It doesn't need to be, like, a gigantic area, anyway. Just having more options in this level range is just always nice. I mean, nothing here, but hey, that's why I like to explore. It's just, like, also, one of the cool things about Classic is just, like, random environmental areas that don't, like, serve any purpose. They're just there. I don't really get that sense these days from retail. There are some zones, I think, that recently in retail they've been better about that. Like, Azure Span really comes to mind as a zone that I think is probably one of my favorites in recent years. Because that was even, like, when they added dragon riding. Right? So the world feels smaller in retail because of dragon riding, no doubt. But Azure Span feels really, really nice. But a lot of others still feel very cramped. I don't know. It's a difficult problem to solve. Obviously, especially with faster travel. There's only so much you can do. Like, Classic would feel incredibly tiny if I wasn't running around on foot. That's just how it goes. Okay. Well, I have every quest now. Do I turn this in first? There's probably a follow-up. I may as well just, like, as I go, just kill stuff. I'm not going to take any detours, but I'll, like, instead of going along the road, I'll just cut a line back to the town to turn that in. And anything I kill along the way, cool. I also, of course... Oh, that's just... How did I not pull that? Okay. I want to check for chests, just because I always like chests. And something that I've been curious about, it's always hard to tell, like, is this just... You know, I happen to get unlucky, right? I feel like there's less nodes for like gathering or chests or whatever in these custom zones. Because admittedly, it can be hard to remember to do all of this stuff. But maybe I just haven't looked hard enough. Maybe I do round a corner and I'll find a chest or something. The thing that makes me think this, though, is the other day when I was leveling in Silverpine Forest off stream, I found so many chests in Silverpine. Because like, nobody's leveling, right? So I literally, in this area here, I guess Olsen's farting, I found 2 chests within like 30 yards of each other. I mean, I guess I don't know what the actual distance was. It felt like 30 yards. It did not feel like a long distance. It was like pretty fucking close. So the fact I've never, like, in Classic, even in retail, that almost never happens. In Classic, I do not think I've ever found 2 chests that close together. Likely just because nobody's leveled there probably in days. So it makes sense. But considering in all of, like, the regular zones, I'm finding so much stuff. And in these zones, I find a little bit less. A lot of zones were originally planned to have more stuff, but they were under the clock back then and could never really finish them. But Turtle WoW did, yeah. There's a few chests around, but overall custom zones have less chests, yeah. It makes sense, right? I can't really fault them. I'd imagine it's difficult to remember to place, like, a billion different chest spawn locations. And I'll be honest, you know, for what it's worth for them, I still don't know what logic Blizzard used back in the day to determine chest spawn locations. I have, like, my theories about how I think there's, like, a bunch of different possible locations that all have, like, shared spawns. But then, sometimes you see things like that, like 2 chests very close together. And it's like, can 2 very close spawns eventually have multiple chests up in an area if they go untouched for a very long period of time? Is there, like, diminishing returns where, like, if a chest is up, then a nearby spot is much less likely to spawn, but it's still possible? Genuinely, I don't know. I'm sure somebody who's, like, looked into the code can explain the logic. I would have to imagine it has been, like, figured out by now. But I don't know. It's one of those things where it's, like, such a minor part of the game. But, like, it kind of does matter for me. Because I do, especially in retail, like, chests actually matter. They are a pretty good experience. So, for lower level runs, I actually do want to try and find as many chests as possible. And I have, like, all of the chest spawn locations that I know of kind of in mind when I'm pathing through a zone. But every now and then I'll find a chest where I'm like, hey, I didn't know one could spawn here. And then also, sometimes I'll find a chest and I'll be like, okay, well, do I go to this other spawn location? Are they mutually exclusive? And I genuinely don't know. And that's the kind of thing where, like, I think if I did know, it would make me better at doing, like, retail speedruns. But also, I've looked, I've Googled, and I cannot find any thorough explanation for it because I think it's just so niche that nobody really cares to figure it out. So at this point, kind of seems like the type of thing where if I ever wanted to find out, I'd have to do that research myself. And do I care that much? Not really. But it's a nice thing to think about. So, like, if I'm exploring a regular zone, my chest detector in my head would tell me, like, this farmhouse is very likely to hold a chest. A lot of buildings like this, especially in Classic, have chest spawn locations, like, in the corners, like here or here. Something like that. Or right outside the building. Sometimes you'll find a chest, like, right here. That's a very common thing. So whenever I'm passing one of these houses, I always just instinctively angle my camera to look inside of it, just to see, like, is there a chest here? But I feel like, that's kind of what I meant before, more often than not when I do that on Turtle WoW and some of these custom areas, there isn't. And obviously when I'm just leveling on my own, or rather, when I was leveling back in the day, like 6 months ago, you never know, somebody could have just taken it. So it's really hard to distinguish, like, what is just RNG and what is just lack of chest spawns. But at this point, this is why I'm like, yeah, I think it's probably fair to say there's probably less spawn locations. Also in stables, a lot of stables. will have chests in them. In one of the little stable stalls. There's a dynamic respawn system for chests and internal system checks for the amount of people in the zone. Really? The amount of people in the zone affects chest respawn rate. Now, that is something I never knew. That is interesting. DB track chests. This marks the places where chests could spawn. Ooh. Would that work for the custom zones as well? So / DB track chests. Okay, looks like it does, but then, yeah, the only chest spawn locations tracked here are... Well, actually, I think... So these are battered chest locations, but I believe this is the mine in Death Knell, right? Like, this is Death Knell, this is the little spider mine. I think these are actually part of Death Knell, and it's just showing the spawn locations in the mines, which makes sense, right? Because this would be... When you go into a mine, there's, like, the little, like... Off to the left, the little side passageway, that's a very common chest area. Then there's the mine area with like the little wooden overhang midway. That would be this one. And then the area in the back, where there's like the little stone thing off to the side and like connecting tunnel off to the right. And a lot of times spider rare mobs are all the way in the back area of that cave. I believe like that, I find chests there all the time. So I think that's what it's showing. It's the entry, middle, and back chest areas of the Death Knell mine, which... yeah, like, that stuff, how do I untrack it? Untrack chest? Does that work? I don't know how to undo that. It's not the end of the world if I can't figure it out, but... Yeah, those ones, like, I usually know to look for those chests. /DB click. /DB track. Ah, thank you. Also, barns, a lot of times I'll pop in. Oh, I'm in combat. Okay. The nice thing about a lot of the barn chests is if you angle your camera like that, you can usually find them without actually having to enter combat. So if I go into this barn here, now I'm pretty sure, like you said, that there aren't a lot of chests here. Ooh, okay, but there are rare mobs. Okay, well, I'm glad I checked. Oh, shit, this guy hits hard. Did we find? Okay, nice. Silent sneakers. Was that an upgrade? It's not. But I also have really good crafted boots, so that's not a surprise. /DV track rates. Okay. Ah. Okay, wait, no, so that is Greypaw Alpha. So that's definitely a new rare. This one's on here. Shade Mage. Krethus, that's a Silverpine rare. So it looks like I found one of the only 2 rare mobs in the zone. Cool. And I found that all on my own. I'm quite pleased with myself. No chest in this, though. Well, if it has the rare mob, then that means that it might be accurate that there are no other... what's it called? There's just no other chests here. Yeah, see, that's... I always check those barns. I did not expect to find a rare, but... It's... See, the funny thing about that, though, is my instinct is like, hey, in original vanilla, Blizzard tends to put a lot of stuff in barns. Like, there's a lot of rare mobs also in barns. It's just a common place they like to put that stuff. So, the fact that Eternal WoW dev is like, you know where we should put the rare mob? In a barn. I mean, that tracks. That's fits with just my knowledge of vanilla world design, so honestly, more points to them. Slash DB track shows a list of everything I can track. Repair mines. Interesting. This thing.
How may you be of assistance?
Piece of magic. Okay, I have to go to the Undercity. Brilliant. Oh, I recognize that name. That's a Shadowfang Keep quest. That's cool. Okay, so they added a new boss to Shadowfang Keep, and then they added a breadcrumb here for the new boss. I like that. Now, unfortunately, there's zero chance that I'm ever going to do Shadowfang Keep on this character, but it's cool. It's cool that it exists. Like, yeah, I'm gonna vendor this, right? Like, there's... Normally, I would, like, save it, throw it in the auction house or something, but, you know, who am I gonna sell it to? Doesn't matter. Do I... I'm kind of running low on food, actually. You know what? So yeah, I don't need that. I'm half tempted to vendor my materials. The chance that I ever actually use this stuff is like below 1%, but it's not 0. So in the interest of not potentially wasting resources, I'm going to hold on to that stuff. Also, I am kind of low on food, so let's just buy. Yeah, that should cover me at this point. Okay, so I've done... It's never too late to pre-load. That's actually, yeah, pretty damn good quest name. They nailed the Blizzard style of naming quests, for sure. I'll do this stuff first, because, like, everything here is just kind of all, you know, in the same general area. But there's, like, 2 specific quests here. I would imagine that any feature quests I get are going to send me, like, up here, and then I could just take out these 2 in isolation. I'm just trying to be efficient with, my pathing. Oh, Greypaw Wolves. Okay, so yeah, the Greypaw Alpha. I'm guessing I'll be able to find it, because presumably nobody else is in the area. It's up in the hills, though. So I have to go around. Let's drink one of those for good measure. Is there... Hold up. Where am I going? Is there a path up here? It feels like there should be, but maybe... Okay, maybe I have to go all the way around. This looked like there was some sort of path that winded down here that I was missing, but no. It doesn't seem like you're intended to enter from here. Okay. So yeah, I do just need to keep running. Okay, the wolves... Well, that explains the rare mob location, because apparently the wolves are in this cave. Okay. Is this... So my quests are up there. The wolves are down here. Now, I don't know if there's quests that send me into this cave. It feels like it would be a waste if they didn't, but fuck it. I'll go in here, I'll find the rare mob, and if I have to come back, so be it. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate not giving hints. I'm more thinking out loud, right? I'm trying to convey my thought process, especially because these are new zones, so I do think it's kind of interesting, like one of the main, I think, neat things about seeing these new zones, and kind of why I wanted to wait until I got to primarily new content before I streamed, is even things like that. Of me just looking at the cliffs and being like, okay, where's the path? That's something that you just never think about in a zone that you've done like 50 million times before. You're just purely on autopilot. But when you're going to somewhere for the very first time, even simple things like, how the hell do I get up there, is just an interesting thought process. So that's just more what I'm trying to convey, but I do appreciate not giving hints. I like figuring that stuff out. The Grey Pot Alpha is... Oh, this is the... Ah, this is the... I know this cave layout. Okay. That is always a fun moment where you're like, all right, which cave have they used? A lot of the entrances look similar. This is the Teldrassil Night Elf starting zone one with the spiders. So if I go here, there should be a drop down. And then I'm guessing the rare mob is at the very end where, like, Gilithis or whatever the spider is with all the webs is at that place. That's the magic of Classic? So true. Stunning up all your add-ons again is a slog? I feel that. Figure if I have to come back here, it's fine. That's why I'm trying to take like a direct path, as direct as I can get to the rare. I'll take Improved Ghost Wolf just so that when I hit level 20 and get it, I'll already have 2 points into that. Now, that being said, I am not seeing the Grey Pot Alpha. I suppose I can target Alpha. Target Grey Pot Alpha. No, it just targets a Grey Pot Wolf. So it's... Either it's dead, which, I mean, possible. Entirely possible. Or... the spawn point isn't 100% dead on, so I'm at the very least gonna... Without getting into more combat, I'm gonna look at the other area in the cave. And maybe it's just out of range. It could have multiple spawn points. I'm gonna go here, angle my camera. Yeah, so I was thinking if it's not up there, it could be in the back here, but I'm not seeing anything. So it's probably not up. So I can check here later. I'm tempted to refresh my buffs, but the thing is I'm so used to like my retail like speedrunner mindset of, you know, I have infinite consumables, and I just refresh them whenever they get below, like, 33%, just so I don't need to think about it. But I actually need to conserve my resources really well here, because I don't have unlimited potions that I can use. So I'm going to wait until they're, like, literally expiring to refresh. Sap. Mine is better. Okay. You mouse over the tooltip, it tells you the average respawn time. Yeah, 5 hours, 20 minutes. I mean, thing is, though, like, how many other people are actually questing here? That's why I'm figuring, like, the odds of me finding it just on its own, alive, untouched, are very high. But I don't know. If there is a quest that directs me there, which I think you said there's a chain, then if I go there, I check a second time, but I'm not gonna check over and over. Okay, so I have 2 quests here. I'm guessing one of the quests is down there. And then the other stuff... Okay, so that's where the path starts. Up this way. So all I need to do is kill mobs. I'm guessing I'm going to have to come back here. This definitely seems like you kill those mobs, and then you go back and it's like, aha, you've thinned their ranks, but now we need to strike at their leader, who's like all the way in the back there. Presumably. Bow Mao. Don't recognize that rare. That feels new. Probably should have dropped my totems first. I'm gonna conserve my mana so I don't need to stop and drink immediately after. It's one of them. And there are some other mobs all the way up north. Ah, so there, okay, there is another entrance. I guess that makes sense. That it would connect to, like, Tirisfal directly. Let's check that out. I'm reasonably confident that another quest is going to send me up there. So if there are more mobs, which the quest tracker indicates are up there, I could do the quest that way. And this will let me see the other entrance, which I'm curious about. Whoa, okay. I don't know how much I care about, like, actually going out of my way for materials. I've been kind of just instinctively picking up any herbs and ore that I see, but also, do I need to do that? Should I be doing that? Oh no. I'm curious about what this is. Whispering Shore. There's a random headless statue. Neat. Doesn't seem like there's anything here, so I can't imagine this is tied to any quests, but pretty cool. I'm also guessing that this is still part of Tirisfal Uplands. Like, I don't know... I've never really explored this area of actual regular Classic. I know generally what it looks like, right? Because it's the place where you go for, like, the Xalatath artifact stuff. And they mostly reused that area untouched in Legion. I think that's, like, roughly still what it looks like in Classic, but I can't remember exactly the entire layout. And yeah, so these are just... This is all where the new stuff starts. That's cool. It is, I do like that idea of like all the little untouched corners of the map where people speculated about for years. There's just stuff here. Little like little things to fill the space. It's just neat. Like I know there's something up here in the mountains in the Plague Lands. That's cool. Okay, so there's a few mobs here. Shit. My steering to it, I'm gonna shoot. Come on, buddy. These are just enforcers, so yeah, I still haven't killed any conjurers, and I guess all of those are back in like the cliffs area, so I'll just go there for the quest. Wonder, are there any rare mobs on Anchor's Edge? I'm not seeing any, but maybe they're covered up by the quest tracker stuff. Too far. This place. There are some people you can see looking for more Scarlet Monastery Graveyard Library. Somebody only looking for a tank for Scarlet Monastery Graveyard. So there are some people running dungeons on Ambershire, at least. We'll see, we'll see. Compact shotgun. Do I still have room? Okay, yeah, I have plenty of space. The overwhelming majority of players went to Epoch and Bronzebeard? Yeah. A lot of times in chat, I see people, like in World Chat, that is, seeing people saying things like that. Of like, oh, why are people still playing here? Just go play on XYZ server. And that's the kind of thing I was saying before, where, like, I get it. For a lot of people, they just want, like, a Classic Plus-like server to play instead of the official Blizzard ones. Obviously, I'm choosing to play here for a different reason. But it makes sense. I understand that most people want, like, a more long-term, like, my progression is not going to be wiped in a week type of setting for an MMO. Completely unrelated, but one thing that I read that seems interesting is apparently Original Guild Wars is coming to mobile over the summer, like in June or July. I forget which one. I'll probably play that. I bought the whole Guild Wars bundle when it was on sale. Like, I think it was last year at some point. Because I've been meaning, I've said before that at some point I really want to play Original Guild Wars more, because I played it a little bit when I was a kid, and I did play Guild Wars 2 for a while, and that was fun. So I've been wanting for a while now to have time to, like, sit down and actually play through Guild Wars 1. And that's why, like, I've already bought it, so I've already made that step. But it's just one of those things where, like, there's, you know, stuff like that will take so much time, like, investing in any sort of MMO like that. But the nice thing is, if it's on mobile, well, that actually That would give me a very good reason to play through it. Because, like, the thing about mobile games is... Like, I enjoy mobile games in the sense that there are times when I just want to, like, shut my brain off, especially, like, when I'm about to go to sleep, where, like, I'm super ADHD. So if I, like, a lot of times I will struggle to fall asleep, and unless I'm literally dead tired. So, like, my two strategies for falling asleep are either I just, do nonstop stuff until I'm literally so exhausted that I feel like I'm about to pass out. That's usually like I have a lot of work to do, or like World of Warcraft expansion launch style of sleeping. I literally play until I can literally not keep my eyes open. That's a good method for falling asleep. At a certain point, exhaustion will just force you. But at times when I'm like, okay, I need to be responsible. Like, I have something to do in like 12 hours, which means I need 8 hours of sleep. So how am I going to go to sleep? So either I'll watch, like, Slay the Spire videos or something like that. Something that, like, I can just put on a full run and watch through it, and eventually, like, my brain shuts off. Or I'll play something on my phone. Like a gacha game like Zenless Zone Zero, or more recently, Total War games are now on mobile, which that has been like a godsend for me because I've sunk hundreds of hours into Empire Total War when I was a kid. And now Empire Total War and Napoleon Total War are on mobile for some fucking reason, which still blows my mind, even though it's been like years now that they have that. So a lot of times nowadays, I just play that. Okay, that is a bigger cliff than I expected. Oh! I think I live. I love these. If that wolf chases me, I Earthbind Totem. But I don't get aggro. Nice. Yeah, so... like, at a certain point, like, Zenless Zone Zero is, it's a fun game. I like it. But I'll be completely honest, if it was like a computer game that I had to actively play in competition with World of Warcraft, I probably wouldn't play it nearly as much. But if I'm, like, about to go to sleep, and I just, like, do my dailies on Zenless Zone Zero and then do, like, one or two things in the game, it's, like, fun enough, and it's also, like, half brain off to the point where I will eventually just fall asleep. So it works out well. Or, like, bathroom breaks and stuff. But if, like, I could just play Guild Wars, the original, on my phone, it's crazy that we can now just fit old MMOs. Like, when are they going to make it so WoW Classic can just be played on your phone? I know technically some people have already done that with, like, Steam Decks and whatnot. But, like, when literally you can just go to, like, the Google Play Store and just download WoW Classic. I feel like we're not that far off at this point, which is wild to think. But... like, I'm almost certainly going to play that. Like, I already play Napoleon Total War regularly. So, like, yeah, may as well just download that. Apparently, they said that, like, your progress will carry over cross-platform. So if I just want to, like, mindlessly play Guild Wars on my phone for a little bit, and then when I eventually want to, like, really sink my teeth into it, I just play it on my computer. I was already planning to do that at some point. That just works out. Yeah, see, I was right. You do one quest to kill some mobs, and then it's like, go here and kill their leader. Put an end to the Kirintor's influence. I'm guessing there's gonna be... kill some dude named Salorn. Alright. The fact that I can predict the flow of the quests means they stuck to a predictable formula, which makes it feel more accurate to the classic experience. That is good. Don't you guys have phones? See, and that's the nice thing. Outside of, obviously, like, Zenless Zone Zero and gacha games like that are definitely designed for mobile. Don't get me wrong. I think it's just good. I understand a lot of people have issues with gacha games, like... And that's why, I don't know, like, I do generally recommend it as, like, I think it is a fun game, but I'm never going to, like, try and outright promote it. There's a reason why, like, I'll yap about it, because it is something I play, but I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, you should absolutely play it, or stream it, or something. I streamed Honkai Star Rail, like, once, back when I was really actively playing that, but that was, like, on a second channel stream, just, like, a for fun thing. It was at the end of, like, a much longer stream. I forget what I was doing. But I had been yapping about it, so I figured, I'll show it. And I think there are gacha games I've heard about that are like extremely predatory, and there's a reason why I don't really play many of them. But the two that I have really played, which was Honkai Star Rail before, and now Zenless Zone Zero, like they're just fun to play, even disconnected from like any of the gacha stuff. So I don't feel too upset like talking about them, because from what I've heard, there are way worse ones out there. But at the very least, the other game I play, Napoleon Total War, that game was from like fucking 2009 or whatever. I don't remember when it came out. Empire Total War, I think, was 2009. Napoleon may have been like 2010, 2011. And presumably, the thing that I'm most excited about is at some point, if they've already ported Napoleon and Empire to mobile, they're gonna eventually make Shogun 2 Total War on mobile. And that is, like, by far the best historical Total War game, in my opinion, and I don't know if I'll ever play another mobile game after that thing comes out. Because that is, like, easily my favorite historical Total War game, which I've spent hundreds of hours on PC, so that would be any, like, brain rot-free time. Like, that's what I never understand, like, why people use stuff, like, why browse TikTok and doomscroll when you can just play, like, an insanely awesome strategy game on your phone. Because, like, the reason why I think people usually use stuff like TikTok is because they're just exactly what I described, bored, trying to, like, fall asleep. But you could watch, like, mindless, stupid shit, or you could play a fun game and then eventually drift off to sleep. I guess different things work for different people, but one sounds way better than the other to me. Yeah, most of your UI fixed and your keybinds bound besides party frames. Yeah, for my UI and stuff, like, I got it to a point where I'm like, you know what? I can work with this. Is it the prettiest thing ever? Probably not. But it's good enough to where I can stomach playing with it set up like this. Adulting sucks, not recommended. Gacha AK wallet assault games, yeah. I think it is interesting, because one of the things that did slightly turn me off from playing Honkai Star Rail is they did add some more mechanics that I was like, not in terms of, I don't know, gacha games are weird, right? Because for, like, the business model in terms of, like, how expensive they are to play if you buy everything, I mean, they're insane, like, but a lot of those games are designed for whales, for people who will just, like, buy literally everything that you can buy. I generally, especially for, like, the two that I've played, I'm, like, somewhere in the middle. Like, I have spent probably more money than I'm comfortable saying on those games, but, like, again, it's the thing of, like, people, they target people, I guess, who don't know how to, like, control their spending, which I think is kind of partially the problem. If you just, like, play the game and you buy what you enjoy and you just play it and have fun, and you're like, you are able to control how much you spend, then it's like, they're fine. And I know a lot of people who play those games completely free to play and still enjoy it. If I see a character I like, I buy it. And usually you can get enough to where you don't need to spend that much. But they do definitely kind of prey upon, like, oh, well, if you're already, like, somewhat invested into the endgame stuff, then they'll add, like, a new super broken character or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I don't love that. And especially, that's one of the main reasons I bounced off Honkai Star Rail. And I might still come back to it again just to play the other stuff. Like, one of my friends who still plays it has been telling me they've added, like, a bunch of these new fun game modes, which are completely free, which is one of the things that I really liked about it in the first place, because there are still a lot of really fun, like, free things that you can do in the game that are completely disconnected from any of, like, the paid modes. Which really, like, by paid mode, there's only one, and it is kind of interesting how, like, in those games, there's no PvP, so there's no, like, incentive to be stronger than another person, which those are the gacha games that I just don't get at all. Where, like, the entire loop is who spends more money. Because even in, like, Honkai Star Rail or Zenless Zone Zero, effectively, the end game modes, the only thing that's really encouraging you to pay money is there are like effectively like target dummy checks for building teams and whatnot to like if you complete it you get like premium currency that you can then use to get like extra characters. But in terms of like the actual content, it's kind of boring. It really is just a way to be like, hey, if you've already gotten this character, you know, you can now use it to get a little bit more premium currency every single week. And like there aren't even, to my knowledge, public leaderboards, so it's literally just a, you know, for fun thing if you want it. Obviously, it is preying upon there's a certain type of person who will be like, you know, score go up, and I want to get like the highest score. And I do know that like within like Reddit and stuff, people will like flex their scores of like how high they got. But then also to a certain extent, that is kind of meaningless to most people because they know it's literally just how much did you spend on these characters. But in terms of how much you as a solo player are able to play the game, it's you get all the content. And a lot of it is just completely disconnected from any of the, oh my god, this guy's elite. Okay, that is interesting. I might be able to do this. We'll see, I guess. I can just kite him. Alright, the yapping gets paused for a moment. Do I have... I don't have any food buff items. Okay. Interesting. Do I use my rejuve pot, or do I use a mana pot? Or a health pot? I think I actually just use a health pot. Do I have... This doesn't root, right? This just slows. It's a caster, though. So, like, presumably if it is a caster, I can beat him by just cheesing line of sight. Right? Oh, we'll see. We're good. I forgot what I bound my healing wave to. Can I Elvis this in time? I cannot. Okay, that's fine. Think I'm LOS'd? I am. Oh! Fuck out of here with that heal. LOS'd. I'm LOS'd. Jump. Okay, good. As long as I kick his heels, we're fine. Nice. Okay. That worked out. I can just jump down. Yeah, way easier to solo elite quests when you can just do that. You don't need to just face check it. Okay, what was I saying? One of the first 3 quests in the High Elf starting zone, you're already starting to miss the interact key. Oh yeah, good call also playing High Elf. That's definitely, you know, if you're gonna level a new character, may as well pick one of the new zones. And the High Elf one, I think, is a good bit better than the Goblin starting zone. The goal of gacha games is to one-up with other players, kind of like chest puffing to see who's got the most muscular and hairy chest. Exactly, yeah. And that's the thing. That's the only reason why I don't mind, like, Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero, is because there is really no PvP elements. The only thing that, like, you can see leaderboards in-game is among your friends, Which it's like, what am I going to do? Like, flex to my friends of like, oh, I got a slightly higher score than you? Doesn't matter at all. And that's also partially why my favorite game modes in them, they always have, like, both of them have a roguelike game mode. And admittedly, I did always like the Honkai Star Rail one more. The only thing that I really dislike that Honkai Star Rail did, which is one of the main reasons I have not played it recently, is they started adding characters where just by owning them, you get, like, a permanent buff to your team. And that's the type of thing where it's like, even if it's, like, it's not impacting your, like, obviously, there's no rankings, there's no leaderboard, there's no anything. But it does give this sense of, like, you feel like if you don't have this character, technically you'll just be weaker in all content, even the solo one. And while that technically doesn't matter for any competitive aspect, it does feel bad knowing that, like, oh, well, you know, I could do this the normal way that I always have been, or I could just own this character and just get, like, a flat permanent buff whether or not I'm using it in my team. Like, it's one thing to do to have, like, power creep of this team is slightly stronger than the other, because then what I'll do a lot of the time is I'll play the game mode with just the team that I enjoy playing more, that I think is more fun. And then because there's no, like, competitive element, it's literally just as long as I am able to clear it with the team that I enjoy, that's all that matters. But then if I feel like I need to get this character that I have absolutely zero interest in just to have this, like, account-wide buff, that really rubbed me the wrong way. And that's actually the last time I played is when they started introducing that. And from what I've heard, they've added more of that. So as much as I did like a lot of the content in the game, and, like, technically it's one of those things of, like, does it matter? Does it really impact your ability to experience any of, like, the story or whatever? No. But it just, that is one of those where, like, that felt bad. And when it's, like, just, I can tell, like, okay, they are trying to fuck with my head. I'm not doing that. I stopped. And, I mean, technically speaking, it's like, well, you know, isn't, Zenless Zone Zero made by the same company? Maybe they do that too. And I guess if they do, then I stop playing. But so far they haven't, so we'll see. It's all about the FOMO? Exactly, yeah. Which is also, like, again, I much prefer if I could just play things like Guild Wars or Total War games, where there is just literally zero consideration of that. But I do get bored of playing the same, you know, Total War is one of those, like, franchises where it's fun to play for, like, a while, and then you get kind of bored of it, and then, like, a month later, you're like, you know what? I really want to play another Total War campaign. I mean, that's like a lot of games, right? But Total War for me especially, whenever I play one of those games, I will just lose so much time into it. And it's the type of game where I can play it nonstop every day for, like, a week. And just, like, throw away all my other responsibilities. And then eventually I'm just like, yeah, I don't feel like doing this anymore. Also, one of the reasons I haven't played Total War Warhammer in a while, even though I kind of want to, but that's the problem. I kind of want to play it, but I know the moment I reinstall it and start a campaign, there goes, like, all my free time. Like, oh, when was it? Yeah, literally during, like, the New Year, it was... I can't remember if it was the moment the New Year started, or no, the moment that I finished my Legion Remix speedrun. We had gotten all that stuff done, and I had free time, and I already knew that I was waiting until after Legion Remix ended to post that video. So I had, like, about a week of time where I had nothing to do. And I'm just like, yeah, screw it. I'll reinstall Total War Warhammer. And then I basically spent 5 days nonstop just playing through a new campaign. And then eventually I reached the point where I'm like, okay, well, now I actually have to edit the video. So, well, and then also we had a new thing that popped up. There was another side quest, which never made it to YouTube yet. Is this, Is this, like, an elite quest giver area, or is this an alliance town? It looks like a quest area, because I'm not seeing any, like, quest givers. I guess if there is anything here... Okay, well that guy actually does have the Alliance tag on him. So does that one. It's strange because they're not like max level stuff. Maybe it's both. Captain Silas? Maybe it is both. That'd be interesting. So I remember on the Turtle Wiki it said this is primarily a Horde questing hub, but there are some stuff here for Alliance at level 30. Like much higher than Horde. And it didn't really hit me until now that, like, where would the Alliance stuff be? Because looking at the zone... Oh, maybe that's the Alliance place. Ishnu Danil. But there's not a lot of room. Huh. Oh, there is nothing there for Ally. Okay. Well, I mean, there are Alliance NPCs here, though. Maybe there's, like, a single Alliance quest if you go here. Because I remember, so... Northwinds is an Alliance zone, right? Like, really Alliance. But I remember reading somewhere, I think it was on, like, a Reddit post, that there's a few quests just for Horde up north. But it's like, there's a handful of Horde quests, and it's primarily an Alliance zone. Maybe it's like that type of situation. There's like one quest for Alliance if they sneak in here. All I know is that on the wiki it says Horde, it was like Horde 15 to 20 or something, and then Alliance 30. And actually, come to think of it, it didn't have a range. It did. I do remember it just said 30. So if there's a range for Horde and none for Alliance, then maybe it is just that. There is just like one specific thing. I mean, Ishnu Danil sounds like the name of a Night Elf place. So I guess I can just go down there and see what that is. Maybe it's a little Alliance town. You can see it, yeah, off in the distance. Obviously, it might be related to a Horde thing that you know about, and you're like, you don't want to spoil, which is fine. But I will sate my curiosity nonetheless. How many more of these do I need? I guess remnants... I may as well just kill these guys while I'm in the area. Because it looks like they're only around this tower. So there's nowhere else I could go to get those. Probably. Actually... almost out of ice-cold milk. I definitely, yeah, I need to, the next time that I visit a town, just stock up on mana and food. I do at least have this, the mutton chops I bought before, so I'm fine there. Okay. I just got staggered. Is that a white hit? Did I just, like, crit white hit him down? Three more of these. I can ignore the patrolling guy. There's one here. And yeah, I can see at least 2 more that I can kill for this. Am I missing any buffs? I don't know why I have more elixirs of minor defense than the others. I can't remember why I crafted the things I did. It's been 6 months. I had like 10 of these when I started leveling my shaman, like a few days ago. But over I guess it's been like about 10 hours. I think maybe I was down to like 8 or something. I forget. But I burned through a bunch of them just to make things a little bit faster. Especially since at the time, you know, if I planned on continuing this character, then I would easily be able to make more. The only trade-off is now, if I don't plan on continuing to level the shaman a lot, okay, that's all 10, then I wouldn't want to invest in it. Like, on Nordinar, on my paladin, I've already gotten a few of the minor flasks, the ones that are like the next rank up. Whereas here, I never managed to level my alchemy quite as high. I've killed a bunch of these, but I still need a lot of these ragged armbands, so... The drop rate isn't quite 100%, which makes sense. Let's drop totems. Is this mob... Oh, no, it just glitched into the terrain. Okay. I'm gonna try to conserve mana here and only do damage with Flame Shock, which I think... Yeah, Flame Shock still does the most overall damage out of all my spells. I guess Lightning Bolt for the mana that it costs is probably comparable to Flame Shock. And then Searing Totem... The Searing Totem is not counted on my damage breakdown. Interesting. But Searing Totem feels like it's comparable. I didn't know lesson son. Shit. Oh yeah, I'm gonna ignore profession stuff for now. Figure I don't really need to care about it here. Reappearance of the Damned is... I do need to kill Wretched Guards. Okay, there are those things, the ghouls. Make my way through here. I'll check out the Night Elf place. With Flame Shock, because I'm about to stop and drink anyway. I am out of milk pretty much, though. Okay, so Pesterhide Pests is turned into the dock area. I kind of want to go back there to buy more milk. So I'm going to make my way through here. I'm just going to see the Night Elf place, and then I'm going to do the Null quest. And I'll do the undead stuff later, because that's not even turned in down there. No Tarns around to milk. That would be a crazy addition to Classic Plus. They just let you milk Tarns. Okay, hey. This is definitely an Alliance place. So... Huh. Interesting. And there's a cave. I don't want to get too close to those guards. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, so, yeah, the wiki is not wrong, presumably. There's definitely something here. Do I fuck around and find out by clicking this thing? Okay, well, nothing happens. I mean, presumably this is part of a quest. I was wondering if I right-clicked on it, if it would, like, summon a level 30 mob. Be a rude surprise. But yeah, safe to say, there's definitely something here for Alliance. And I'm guessing that means that whatever there is... Whatever this place is for, that's probably a group quest at the very end, which... I don't think I'll be able to do that one. I can solo one level 20 caster mob. I do not think I can solo an area intended to be done in a group. Especially when all those elite mobs were level 20, and I am not level 20. But if I at least get up to the point of, like, the final quest in the chain, like the group quest, at least I could be like, yeah, you know, I've seen it all, right? I don't need to quite literally do every single quest just to get the full, like, big picture of what the zone's like. People. So this guy posted, looking for more Mara, got Scepter, and then nobody responded, and I guess he got mad. Which, like, yeah, I get it. It's frustrating. Obviously, I relate to that guy wanting to do groups, and then, you know, there aren't really many people. But also, you know, Maradon and dungeons like that are exactly the ones that I'm concerned about. Well, technically, I don't think... Nothing new was added to Maradon, right? So... Admittedly, unfortunately for that guy, a lot of people like me would probably not really be that interested in doing something like Maradon, which, to my knowledge, has nothing new added to it. If I'm gonna spend my limited free time at this point, I'd want to spend it on, you know, the new content. Yes, I got the interrupt. So one more Ragged Armbands. Mara was next in the list of dungeons to update? Nah, unfortunate. Mara does kind of feel like a very fleshed out dungeon, though. That said, they updated a lot of dungeons that kind of surprised me, that I already felt were pretty good. Did they say what they were planning to add tomorrow? Because I read like the plans developer timeline that they posted. I don't remember seeing Maradon updates, but also I skimmed it a few days ago. So I don't know if it was like not on there, or if they like mentioned it like in the Discord that they were planning on doing something. 123 Indigo Star said, "Hi, I hope you good." I am good. I hope you're doing good as well. It's okay. Crossing that. You never knew? Ah. The thing, so like, their vision for Quel'Thalas I thought was really cool. I really like the plan. I think the alternate history version that they went with seems really cool. It's just somebody who loves the WoW lore. So, really sad we never got to see that come to pass, but... and I think they said that eventually it was planned to lead to Outland. So the whole idea is like Kael'thas comes back, saves Silvermoon, or whatever, and then eventually that opens the door for like us going to actual Outland proper, which would have been pretty neat. And then I don't think they ever said if they had anything planned for Northrend. I can't imagine that they didn't have some ideas, but I guess it wasn't on the timeline for anytime soon. But would have been really cool to see like what their vision of the Lich King in this like alternate history would be. I'm sure they planted some lore seeds and some quests somewhere. I will admit I have not been paying super close attention to the quest text. I don't really think I have time to do that, but definitely I like the idea of what they're going for. And the thing that on their development timeline, and they posted some like work in progress screenshots that I thought was the coolest, is their planned Blue Dragon dungeon in Winterspring. That seems really cool because like the Quel'Thalas stuff, it's neat, but it's like if like I think most people can think like, oh yeah, this is like a reasonable direction to take the alternate lore. Also, their what was it? The Grim Batol raid. Grim Batol is just like very obviously like yeah. And when anybody thinks about Classic Plus, they think like okay, Grim Batol was obviously very much like wasted potential. I am I think a bigger Classic or Kata apologist than a lot of other people I know. I don't think Kata was as bad. I actually quite enjoyed playing Kata Classic. But I think most people others I will say that that's a bit of a bummer. There's no like ice cold milk off the innkeeper. That's like one of those like staple things. If you talk to the innkeeper, you can buy stuff like that. So now like I don't really have a great way to get more mana. Oh, Bilgar. Okay, I saw that mob. In fact, actually, I'm just gonna... Well, oh yeah, there's a quest sent me back to Undercity, so I'll just fly back to Undercity, and then we can turn that in, and I could also get some more ice cold milk. Yeah, like the Grim Batol raid, I mean, it still seems cool. They showed like some work in progress screenshots. Seems like it would have been neat. But the two things that I thought were really interesting, because that's like quite original. It's an interesting way to take the lore, but it's not something that you would immediately think of, is like using Mazthoril as like a mini dungeon. That seems like a really cool idea. That's something that I never would have thought of. And then also they the planned like broken Draenei area of Blasted Lands and the like underground Draenei dungeon like temple thing, and some of the work in progress screenshots they showed of that looks really cool. The whole direction they took the Draenei in, which that I like, because this is where like people a lot of times when talking about like the World of Warcraft lore, I see a lot of people say like, oh, you know, the lore is going to be so good in Midnight because Chris Metzen is back, and Chris Metzen is like, you know, the father of WoW lore. And Chris Metzen, obviously, I'm sure that a lot of the really cool stuff from back in the day, he was like the main writer of, but Chris Metzen's style of storytelling has always been like a little bit hit or miss. It has led to a lot of the coolest moments in like the old Warcraft lore, but there's also a lot of things that he did in like early World of Warcraft where he directly takes responsibility for it, and one of the biggest examples that people have always pointed to is the way he handled the Draenei. He completely bungled the way that the Draenei were handled in TBC. Apparently, I was obviously too young to know at the time, but apparently a lot of people were really pissed off when TBC came out because they completely rewrote the Draenei's lore to basically add them as a race. And at this point, it's basically just been fully retconned. We're just like, oh yeah, you know, the Broken are actually like degraded Draenei, corrupted Draenei, and the Draenei are like the Eridar from outer space, and then like the pure Draenei are the ones that we get in the Alliance, and the Broken are just kind of like, you know, a malformed iteration of them. But like, that always felt like such a cop-out to me, and they've at this point in time ridden around it for so long that like we just kind of all accept it as like, yeah, that's the lore now. So I like all the stuff they do with the Draenei like on Argus, you know, and Legion, like I don't have a problem with that, because we're so detached from the original like retcon writing fuck up back in TBC that it's like it would be pointless to really nitpick that at this point. Also, ooh, thank you. I saw the mail icon, and then I remembered that, Yash, you said earlier that you had mailed me some gold. Thank you for that. I'm just going to offload all my materials onto one of my alts. And if I end up playing this character in the future, then I will have it. But these days, like on my paladin, I have like a sorting system, right, where I have, you know, all of the ore goes to this character and the leather goes to that character, because I want to make sure that I have everything organized. But right now, I don't really think I'm going to be playing this character for that much longer, so I'm just going to clear my bags. But at the very least, if I do decide I want to continue my shaman, it exists. It's there. I'll just buy melon juice. Screw it. And I'll actually... melon juice there. I'll buy more of it. I may as well make sure that I just never run out, right? Just buy more spongy moral. I'll fill that slot with spongy moral. Alright, I am good on food. For pretty much, I think, the remainder of the time that I'll be playing this character. Where is Magic Quarter? Okay, cool. What was the original Draenei lore? Well, so the original Draenei lore was... Like, I don't remember the exact details, but the Draenei first appeared back in Warcraft 3, where, what's it called? Illidan goes through the Dark Portal, and the Draenei are, like, an alien race basically living in... I mean, the Warcraft 3 version of Outland is, like, a little bit weird, because So if you don't, like, if you never played Warcraft 3, the entire Illidan in Outland campaign is basically, he goes through the Dark Portal... he, Kael'thas, and Lady Vashj are trying to, like, overthrow Magtheridon, for some reason. I'll be honest, it's been so long since I played Warcraft 3 that the minutiae, like, has faded from my memory. But they're trying to overthrow Magtheridon, who controls Hellfire Citadel. He controls, like, the Black Temple, which later became Hellfire Citadel in World of Warcraft. But back then it was just called the Black Temple. And Magtheridon controlled the Black Temple, which was like the Draenei holy site. And the Draenei were like this alien race that were being enslaved by Magtheridon, so Illidan has to rescue them, and then their leader, Akama, teams up with them, and like all combined, you know, the Naga, the Blood Elves, Illidan, and the Draenei, like all the exiles, right? Team up and overthrow Magtheridon. And that's like the main Warcraft 3 story, and then they defeat him, kill Jaden, finds them on Outland, and he's like, "Aw, Illidan, you're trying to escape me, but I need you to do this one last mission. I need you to go to Northrend and defeat Arthas." And that's what leads to like the whole big end of the Frozen Throne campaign, where like Illidan and Arthas face off in the snow, and Arthas beats him and, you know, becomes the Lich King, right? That's how that whole thing resolves. But the whole, like, Outland thing is just the Draenei are rescued by Illidan and then join him. And there was nothing, like, the whole idea of, like, the Eridar and them being from, like, the, what's it called? The, like, a different world or whatever that isn't Outland, aka Draenor, before it exploded. Them being, like, a completely separate race that somehow got there, that they just added in later. Originally, Draenei were just, like, native inhabitants of Outland that were being enslaved by Magtheridon. And the Eridar were originally just demons like Kil'jaeden, who Sargeras was, like, using as his puppets. And they were, like, I think in the original lore, Kil'jaeden and, like, Archimonde weren't even the same race as, like, the Minari. They were, like, technically completely different demonic races or something like that, and then it just later got changed to, like, Kil'jaeden and Archimonde are just, like, big Minari. And in the original lore, it was also, like, Sargeras basically got corrupted by fighting a bunch of demons, but then eventually it was, like, Sargeras actually corrupted the Draenei, and then they refused his gift. And, like, originally, the Draenei were good, and then Sargeras corrupted them, whereas before it was like he visited them, and they were so evil that they corrupted him. And the whole thing about Valen being good and leaving and stuff, like, that was just all, like, a TBC retcon to give Draenei to the Alliance. And at this point, that's kind of what I mean. Where like at this point, it's so hard to like kind of go back in time and like rewrite all of that because it's so integrated into like the modern World of Warcraft lore. Right? We just treat that as like that's just how it is. Um, but effectively, yeah. So the original Draenei were just an alien race native to Draenor. That's all they were. And then later on, it got rewritten where the the demons, the Minari and stuff like that were actually they were also Draenei, and Akama was also Draenei, and I guess I forget what reason Chris Metzen said, but basically Chris Metzen was like, "Oops, I forgot. Like I forgot we were already doing something else with these people," and so like they just completely retconned it, right? And it's just if you play Warcraft 3, that's just clearly not how it's outlined. But they kind of just rewrote that and basically said, "Oh yeah, they were Draenei the whole time," and like actually they came from spaceships, and Sargeras corrupted them, and like the entire rewrite was just really sloppy. Especially, it wasn't like well written. They've done so much work over the years to make that make sense, and like obviously, you know, over time with Legion and stuff like that, they have built that up. They built up Valen as a character. So like now that we have years and years and years and years and years of backstory and like further world building to establish that connection, you can kind of handwave it a little bit. But back then, it felt very much like an asshole to people who were like, people knew who the Draenei were. Warcraft 3 was only like a few years ago. People at the time who were playing World of Warcraft were playing World of Warcraft largely because they liked Warcraft 3, and that's what got them into World of Warcraft. And so TBC is the very first expansion. So in the literal first expansion of World of Warcraft, for them to already do a massive retcon to the Draenei, who were like decently important figures for one of the main Warcraft 3 campaigns. Like, this wasn't like a throwaway line and like an RPG manual. Like, they have a presence in the main campaign missions. I remember playing through it as a kid. Although, admittedly, I did it backwards. I started playing World of Warcraft because it was, like, I was 5 when it came out, and then, like, years after I started playing World of Warcraft, my dad was like, "Oh, hey, I realized that they were actually based upon this thing." Because I said most people played World of Warcraft because they played Warcraft 3. My dad started playing World of Warcraft because, like, a friend at work told him about it. Okay, this is bad. I have to kite here. I completely missed those nibbles off to the side. But yeah, so my dad had no idea. One of my dad's friends from work told him to try it out, and then I got into it when I was 5. And then later on, I think, like, sometime during, like, TBC or Wrath, I started playing through Warcraft 3. But I really liked Warcraft 3. And it was still early enough where, like, definitely I finished playing it through by the end of Wrath. I don't remember exactly when I played through it, but I do distinctly remember understanding the whole, like, oh yeah, we're fighting the Lich King, and you have the whole Lich King's, like, story playing out in Warcraft 3. Like, that was the main thing, at least in the expansion pack. So it was definitely cool as a kid playing through that, and it was nice to understand, like, where all this stuff that I was experiencing in World of Warcraft came from. Which is why it's also frustrating that over the years, like, they have just completely trampled upon so much existing lore from the older games, which, like, I kind of get that sometimes you do need to retcon stuff, but more often than not, it feels like the current writing team is just like, if they want to tell their own story, they will just be like, all right, what do we need to throw out in the current lore to, like, make our story that we want to tell fit? And that just feels really lame. I do not like that. But yeah, all that to say, the original lore of the Draenei, especially in the way that Turtle WoW has expanded, alien race native to Draenor. So, in the way that Turtle WoW has kind of continued upon the lore, the whole idea of, like, the Draenei that we have in retail just doesn't exist. The Draenei are still the Warcraft 3 version of they are just an alien race that lives on Draenor. Simple. But the thing about that, though, is even in original vanilla, in Classic, we kind of had that. Like, the Draenei show up in vanilla. There are multiple areas, like in Swamp of Sorrows and in the Blasted Lands, where there are Draenei. Including, like, in the Blasted Lands, there's Kumisha over here, who, like, you get the Dranithus fragments and you bring it to her and stuff like that. There's Draenei in Swamp of Sorrows. There's, like, multiple little camps over here that you take care of. And that was in still original vanilla, but in original vanilla, they actually did respect that lore. Like there was no mention of what they planned to do with the Draenei in TBC. In that, it was just like the Draenei that showed up. You just assume like, oh hey, they're in and around the Dark Portal area, which makes sense because the Dark Portal is like the connection to Draenor. So at some point, some of the Draenei like went to our world, and they have like little camps in like the surrounding regions, and there's like little quest hubs like that, which do that. Still, original vanilla had that stuff. So this is like that's why I think a lot of people were really pissed off, because it also is not just like a rewrite of like Warcraft 3, where it's like I think a good example of the thing where people can be a little bit upset about is what they did with Illidan, Lady Vosh, and Kael. Illidan, Lady Vosh, and Kael'thas were like the three main protagonists of that campaign. Of the one where you like go to Outland and then meet Akama and stuff like that. So the entire like TBC storyline of how they handled that with Lady Vosh, Kael'thas, and Illidan being raid bosses, they later on admitted that they kind of fucked that up in the sense where original World of Warcraft storytelling, they didn't think they were going to have like a super long-term game on their hands. So they went for more of an approach of, where is this mob that I need, by the way? I think this quest isn't showing up on the tracker, but I have to imagine that the mob I need to kill is somewhere up there in the hills. Because that would make sense. So I'm just going to make my way over there. But the original World of Warcraft developers basically said that they didn't think the game would last that long, so they kind of just went like through a greatest hits style of storytelling of, well, one of the main campaigns in Warcraft 3 was the Illidan, Vosh, and Kael thing. So what are the main raid bosses in TBC? Illidan, Vosh, and Kael. That's why they did that. Except they turned the protagonists into raid bosses. They even said at the time they weren't sure how to handle that. Well, it's they're kind of against you. The like Lady Vosh being a raid boss kind of makes sense. The Naga have been like consistently painted as like, you know, evil old god serpent people. So I think that is fine. Even the whole story about, like, you know, Lady Vosh trying to, like, siphon all of the remaining water in Outland is like, yeah, okay, I mean, they do need the water to live, but obviously they are fucking over all the people in Outlands. Like, yeah, that's an understandable motivation. Kael'thas just going crazy and, like, seemingly rebelling against Illidan, but we still, like, kill him. I still don't really know exactly what they were thinking with, like, Kael'thas' arc of just, like, I serve Kil'jaeden now, and I'm going to summon him at the Sunwell. Like, it was not well written, is what I'm trying to say. Like, the original lore the original, like, Warcraft 3 lore was interesting and good, but the way they turned that into stories for the early World of Warcraft expansions was not good. We may have nostalgia for it, but it was just objectively poorly written. And then, obviously, what they did with Illidan was just really bad. First off, the whole campaign in Warcraft 3 of, like, capturing the Black Temple was... it took place in what is effectively supposed to be Hellfire Peninsula. If you look in, like, if you never played Warcraft 3, if you go check it out, the original maps that like, the Outlands maps, Outland was just one area, by the way. It wasn't really, like, what they turned into Outland for, TBC is obviously expanded upon that. That is, like, understandable. Like, in Northrend in Warcraft 3 is just a frozen wasteland, right? So, obviously, in Wrath of the Lich King, they had Borean Tundra, they had Howling Fjord. I personally think that the way they did it for Wrath is really good, because we get, like, a lot of areas where you're, like, you know, a tundra, a fjord, like, the Pine area at Grizzly Hills, right, which is a very beloved zone. Those are all, like, northern, in our real-life climate areas that you could see being in and around, like, a frozen place. TBC, they kind of went wild, and we get, like, fucking Blasted Lands, and, or Blade's Edge and Netherstorm and stuff, which are nothing like that was in Warcraft 3. I don't hate it, but it's definitely more of like a, you know, they were like, what if we make this cool concept for a zone and shove it in here? Like, okay, yeah, sure. But I think what they did with Wrath, at least, was a lot more inspired. But original Warcraft 3 Outland was just like Hellfire Peninsula, but with mushrooms. So all the Zangarmarsh mushrooms, they were just kind of like decayed, regular mushrooms that served as like trees. Because, you know, Warcraft 3, strategy game, you like cut down trees to get lumber to build structures and whatnot. So the trees in Hellfire Peninsula were mushrooms. And that's why when they remade it for like TBC, you have Hellfire Peninsula, the Wasteland, Zanger Marsh, where all the mushrooms are, and then you kind of expand upon different concepts and whatnot. But the Black Temple is what later turned into Hellfire Peninsula, but then the actual Black Temple is down in Shadowmoon Valley, which was not in Warcraft 3. So they just completely changed the location, and they, like, that's why they tried to add Hellfire Peninsula. This still, I do not think this is ever explained. I think it is just, like, literally don't think about it too much is the explanation. Magtheridon controlled the Black Temple, which was explicitly stated to be the Draenei holy site. That's why you help the Draenei and they help you in the Warcraft 3 campaign. And you defeat Magtheridon and imprison him. So then in Burning Crusade, the Black Temple, which is still the Draenei holy site, is in a completely different area, but Magtheridon is now in Hellfire Citadel, which is in roughly the same area that the Warcraft 3 Black Temple was in. It's like in the same general position, except now it's just a Hellfire Orc stronghold, and that's where Magtheridon's being held prisoner, but like Magtheridon was supposedly controlling the Black Temple, which is in a completely different place. It does not make sense. It makes absolutely no sense. They just didn't really think much about it. And they were like, how do we turn this like one generic landscape that we made for a strategy game campaign map into a multi-zone continent? And their solution was to just say, fuck it, just like move it to a completely different section of the continent where it would make absolutely no sense to be there. Which is why, like I said, I kind of prefer what they did in Wrath, where the general layout of all of the structures that we see in the Warcraft 3 campaign map for Wrath is still kind of there. Like, the way they chose to structure it is the path that Arthas took through Northrend, of landing on the shores, working his way upwards, eventually going through Asdrul and the Rub, and then eventually making his way to Icecrown. You can actually see a lot of those locations in Wrath of the Lich King in Dragonblight. So the way that they kind of write that off is Arthas landed in Dragonblight, which roughly resembles the landscape that you see in Warcraft 3, and then you can see the way that his troops like made their way upward. You see the Frostborn Cave, you see technically Crystal Song Forest is just kind of there in the middle. You know, whatever. I guess the assumption is that they traveled through Asdrul and the Rub to go under Crystal Song Forest, and it roughly lines up to the point where you can very easily handwave that and not be too upset about it. And then you end up in Icecrown, which roughly fits with what we see in, roughly fits with the Warcraft 3 map. So if you take like a single slice of World of Warcraft's version of Northrend, it lines up with Warcraft 3 well enough to where, like, yeah, you're not too upset about it. Like, it works. How do I do this without pulling the entire camp? Okay, that doesn't change LW. But yeah, Outland, there is absolutely no way to reconcile what they did to Outland compared to what it was in Warcraft 3. They just butchered it. Completely. They butchered the lore behind the Draenei, they butchered the placement of locations on the map. There is no way to make it line up well. So, that honestly always bugged me, because, you know, I obviously, if it isn't clear by the amount of yapping I've just done, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this stuff, because as a kid, I really liked the lore. And one of the things that I really enjoy doing is trying to see, like, oh, where did this Warcraft 3 mission take place in-game? And I did think it was cool that at least for places like in Northrend, they did actually put that level of detail into it, but they did not do that for Outlands, and that always bugged me. So the fact that in Turtle WoW, they did change the lore, or well, they went back to the original lore of like, yeah, the Draenei are just Draenei, and there is a section at the end of one of the new raids, Tower of Karazhan, where you are teleported to Outland, and it's basically a chunk of Outland that resembles what we saw in Warcraft 3, and there's a Draenei village there, which resembles their architecture that we saw in Warcraft 3, and there's some Draenei raid bosses. And presumably, the way that they were going to write the lore, they talked about this in a developer plan, is that eventually we're going to go to Outland with the help of Kael'thas and stuff, who wouldn't randomly turn into an enemy. Kael'thas has like this kind of love-hate relationship with the elves, because he did kind of abandon them, but Kael'thas didn't do anything explicitly bad in Warcraft 3 that would magically turn him into like a super evil demon worshipping enemy. Like, he had a loose connection to Kil'jaeden in the sense that Kil'jaeden was trying to control Illidan, and Kael'thas was helping out Illidan because he respected Illidan. But the idea that Kael'thas would betray Illidan and suddenly start serving Kil'jaeden is just like a nonsensical plotline, which TBC never made sense in that regard. So Turtle Wow's vision of Kael'thas would eventually return to save Quel'Thalas, and then he would eventually open the way to get to Outland somehow. They even said they hadn't really thought through how they were going to string that story together, but that was their plan, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That's like an actual logical through line for how that might play out. And the other thing with the Draenei is they were going to have, like, in Southern Blasted Lands, so somewhere in the mountains here, they showed concept art and, like, some early designs in-game of, like, a Draenei subzone and then an underground dungeon, like a temple, to some, like, Draenei god. It was, like, this little... It didn't look like what you would think of as, like, World of Warcraft Draenei architecture, but it resembled, like, the stone hut type of architecture we see from, like, the Outland Draenei. Which is cool, because effectively, the original vision for the Draenei, for the Broken, got completely erased in TBC. It just doesn't really exist anymore, because that entire, like, style of architecture that we saw in Warcraft 3 has effectively been written off as, like, yeah, that's just, like, them building whatever in order to survive. And then all of the times we even see the Broken, like, so the vast majority of the Draenei, to my knowledge, that were, like, the Broken Draenei, got changed from the original vision, which, like, the original Draenei were not pretty. They had, like, you know, kind of shrivelly arms and, like, a big mouth, like, with all these, like, teeth in it and stuff. Like, really, really, like, kind of freaky alien race type vibes. And in Classic, you can still see some models like that. But a lot of those models basically got switched to the new Broken Draenei, which just kind of looks like, you know, like a shriveled up version of a regular Draenei with, like, a lot of wrinkles and stuff like that. It's a much less inspired, like, fantastical look. And then, as a result, even a lot of the times when you do see Broken Draenei, they're just, like, living in ruins of, like, the, you know, large, elegant stone and purple crystal glass architecture Draenei homes that we know. And that's just kind of how the lore is nowadays. So seeing an entire dungeon in the style of the Warcraft 3 Draenei would have been really cool, because not a lot was done with that original version before they were just completely thrown out, which is a shame. All that to say, it's disappointing that we'll never get to see that vision that Turtleweb had for the original Draenei, because there's a lot of cool stuff that could be done with that, and the unfortunate reality is that kind of stuff will never happen in Classic Plus. Like, we'll get new dungeons, probably. We'll get new races, etc., probably. But one of the things that I have always found super interesting about this version of the game is the alternate history aspect. When, like, Chris Metzen has explicitly said that, like, all of the, like, SOD and stuff like that is still the modern retail lore, but it's just a snapshot of a different time. So the idea, basically, what if things were different? What if we did have a completely different version of the way the storytelling went? That is, like, so fascinating to me as somebody who played through Warcraft 3 and really, like, was bothered by some of the things that got wrong. And, like, over the years, I've just accepted it, right? I've just been like, yeah, whatever, you know, is what it is. You know, I've moved on. But seeing somebody else go, like, but what if we had a chance to change that, was really cool. And and the thing is, Classic Plus, Blizzard's Classic Plus, we'll probably get a new version of Grim Batol. We'll probably get a new version of Karazhan. So even though I've heard really good things about Tower of Karazhan, the new raid that they added, yeah, we'll probably see something like that. We may even see Timbermaw Hold. Honestly, as much as I've heard good things about Timbermaw Hold, it's entirely possible we may get some vision of that, because it is just a very popular thing. And like I said, you know, Quel'Thalas, I can't imagine they're going to have as interesting of a vision for Classic Plus Quel'Thalas as Turtle Wow did, because they, again, went with, like, a completely different alternate history version of it. So that, I guess, is kind of lost. But that's why I said the stuff that I saw on the development roadmap that I thought was the coolest is the Lost Dungeon in Winterspring, which, like, technically nothing about that goes against the lore, but it's just a neat idea that I haven't really seen anybody discuss before. But then also definitely the Draenei stuff, because the Draenei stuff 100%, like, they're going to go with the rewrite that has been canon in World of Warcraft for a very, very, very long time. But Turtle Wow did kind of take an ambitious step, basically going a completely different way with it and writing their own, or expanding upon the lore and effectively turning that into, like, a what-if scenario. And that's really cool. And that is effectively completely dead, because there's just zero way that Blizzard ever explores territory that is effectively non-canon by their new retcons. Anyways, that was a long tangent, but it is something I find interesting. You found out about WoW when you were like 8 to 10 from your dad, who found out about it from our neighbor. I guess, what time was that, right? Because when I was talking about, like, WoW, I meant, like, early WoW. It, obviously, entirely possible that was still back then. But I feel like early World of Warcraft, because I started playing in vanilla when it was still, like, not popular. It wasn't like it was, like, I'm not like, oh, yeah, it was so underground back then. I was 5, right? Like, I only played because my dad played. But it definitely was not, like, well-known. And I think it wasn't until, like, end of TBC, early Wrath, where, like, other kids at my school actually knew what World of Warcraft was, and then some of them started playing it. Up until... I think it wasn't until Wrath when a single other friend at my school actually played the game. I distinctly remember one of my best friends throughout, like, all of middle and high school, who I primarily played WoW with, I got him into the game in 4th grade. Because I remember we had, like, been in 1 or 2... Like, the way American schools worked, I don't know how different things are. But when I was, like, a kid, in, like, grade schools and stuff, you always had one class, but every single year you would get, like, a different class. So, in, like, 2nd and 3rd grade, I was with, like, the same few kids throughout the entire year. And then, like, the next year, it was completely random. You get a different set, which and the reason I say maybe it's an American thing is because, like, my dad has told me that in Brazil, where he grew up, it was kind of similar, but it was the same group every single year. So he basically said, like, he was in the same class with the same kids from, like, grade 1 all the way through, like, the end of high school. And, well, obviously in high school you have, like, different classes and stuff like that, and he had that too. But he had, like, a lot of friends from his classes because he was like, I basically grew up with them. We were always in the same classes every single time. But the way that my school at least chose to do it was kind of weird, where we effectively got randomized. So, like, I had, like, 1 or 2 friends who I ended up in the same classes with, like, almost every single year. But I remember there were, like, a few kids who ended up becoming, like, really good friends of mine later on, but they were always in, like, the other set of classes throughout, like, 1st to 3rd grade. And so the first time I was ever in a class with them was in, like, 4th grade, and then we became friends. And then, like, even after, like, if we weren't in the same classes for 5th grade, we were still friends by that point. And, like, my friend Robbie, I remember, I got him into WoW in 4th grade because we were in the same class and we were at the same table. And then I forget what he is into, but, like, I don't know how kids do. I can't remember exactly how the conversation went. But I mentioned World of Warcraft, and he was like, I think I heard about that. That sounds cool. And then, you know, I would, like, during, like, a recess and stuff, I'd always, like, tell him stories about, like, oh, yeah, you know, and I did this dungeon and this quest. And he was like, oh, that sounds so cool. I'm definitely going to try it. And then, like, I finally got him into World of Warcraft. And, I remember I did... Very soon after he started, I did a dungeon with me, him, and my dad. My dad was playing his Warlock. My friend Robbie was playing his Shaman. And I was playing a Hunter. And we did Shadowfang Keep. And the Robes of Aragorn dropped at the end, which was a really big upgrade for my dad's Warlock. And my friend Robbie rolled meat on them because he wanted a souvenir from the dungeon. And he did not understand at all why my dad was upset. But my dad has, like, talked about that story before, and he always, like, basically when he tells it, he's like, what am I supposed to say? It's a kid. Like, he's not going to get mad at, you know, his son's friend from school. So when the kid says, oh, I wanted a souvenir from the dungeon, he just has to go, oh, god damn it, and, like, just grumble to himself, because, like, obviously, he just lost his best-in-slot chess piece to a stupid kid who wants it as a souvenir. And, years later, when we were in high school, like, my dad would tell that story, and, like, Robbie would be, like, so embarrassed, like, oh my god, I feel like such a fucking idiot kid for doing that. But obviously, at the time, my dad's just like, oh, whatever, you know, I'll just let the kid have a fucking souvenir from the dungeon, pass on my bis robe for that level or whatever. But it was around that time, like, 4th or 5th grade, where, like, way more kids in my school started playing WoW. And then, at that point, like, I started to meet people in my school, like, who, like, I just hadn't been in the same class as them, and they'd be like, oh, I also play World of Warcraft. And that was just not something that I had ever experienced throughout, like, the entirety of first and third grade, because I had been playing World of Warcraft since I was 5 years old. So, but when I started, like, literally, my dad's friend from work told him, like, a few months after it came out. So, I got in very early, even though I was turbo dog shit as a kid. You started somewhere between TBC and Wrath? Hey, makes sense. Yeah, that is, I think, around, I mean, if you look at, like, the subscriber charts, it's like the subscribers just skyrocket, like, around late TBC. And that's where it, like, hit the peak that people always talk about, like 12 million in Wrath. And then they started, like, running TV commercials and all that stuff. You were gluing your eyes to your neighbor's screen when he showed you a blood elf flying around in Hellfire? Yeah, it's... I still remember... So, like, I had played World of Warcraft for years when I was, like, little. But, obviously, like, I have ADD already. And, I still have trouble, like, maintaining focus in a lot of situations, right? So you can imagine that things were even more challenging for me when I was literally a 5-year-old, because attention span of a 5-year-old plus ADD, not a good combination. So I definitely struggled a lot to, like, stay focused when I was playing, World of Warcraft as a kid. I just ran around and did, like, really stupid shit a lot of times. I didn't end up hitting max level until Wrath. Very first time. I never hit max level in vanilla. Obviously, I was 5. Never hit max level in TBC. And then, like, I think towards the end of Wrath, either during the ICC or Trial of the Champion patch, I finally hit level 80 for the first time ever. And I only ever had one level 80. My first alt to max level was my Blood Death Knight in Cataclysm. I started playing it at the end of Wrath, but it was the first character that I actually started leveling as an alt in Cata. And then, even then, I had very few alts up until, like, WoD. Like, I only played a few characters throughout the entirety of, like, Cata and MoP. And then WoD was when, obviously, WoD leveling got really easy. So it wasn't until then when I really started trying out, like, a bunch of different classes. And then, I think I've told this story before. My friend Paul tried to get me to learn how to tank. And then, obviously, Legion is when I first started really getting into tanking. Like, end of WoD, I learned how to tank, but I didn't really, like, start tanking on my own outside of, like, my friends kind of pushing me into it to be, like, the tank of our group. And the Legion was when I first realized, like, hey, I actually enjoy this, outside of just being forced into it by, like, my friend Paul. But another distinct memory that I have, I think the thing that encouraged me to, like, actually try and learn the game, and even then, I mean, like I said, the first alt I made was in Cata, and the first raid I ever did was I killed one boss of Firelands, and mind you, my friend Robbie, who, when I got him into the game, it was still, like, middle Wrath of the Lich King. He actually joined a raiding guild in Firelands. I don't think he ever, like, cleared the raid, and I'm pretty sure it was just some, like, shitty normal guilds. Obviously, I don't think they did anything crazy. But I distinctly remember feeling really jealous because I got him into the game, and I was never really able to raid because, like, my parents were super strict when I was a kid. And, like, if I didn't get straight, like, A pluses on every single test, like, I was grounded for a week kind of thing. So even though I, like, played World of Warcraft in my free time, I just never really had time to do anything serious in the game, which is partially why it took me so long to really find the time to do anything special. But I remember being so jealous because, like, Robbie's parents let him have enough free time to actually raid at night. Whereas, like, I could never stay up late enough to join a raiding guild. So he would tell me about, like, oh, we did Firelands, and I'm, like, jealous. I pugged Shanox in Firelands. That's it. Never did any more than that. And then I think the first actual raid I did wasn't until Siege of Orgrimmar. I was still, didn't really have time to do anything. And then the first time I ever really could raid, I tried to get AOTC, and that was SOO. But I had been, like, trying to like, play the game more ever since, and I still remember, similar to what you said about, seeing a Blood Elf flying around TBC. Also, fuck, I gotta lock in for this quest, huh? Wretched Bodyguards. Okay, I need to pick these guys off. Shit. I'm gonna do this. I actually don't know if I can do this quest. Especially the fact it's a caster. Yeah. Might actually be dead? No, okay. I think I'm fine. That earth finds. Yeah, now they leash. Yeah, I don't care enough to do this quest. Also, I just realized I got a quest from the library. Ah! This is... Why is this mob still following me? Damn. Melanus's belongings. Yeah, so they added a section to Scarlet Library. Let me see here. And there's a new boss called Brother Wyston, so I guess this is a new breadcrumb quest sending you there. So that's cool. I think I've gotten just about every quest done here, though. There's no way I'm going to be able to do this. Cleaning. This might be a breadcrumb to something later, but... Like, I could maybe do this if I... like, really try and kite them and pick off each mob one at a time. Also, it's... When did I hit level 20? I actually completely missed that. I'll put that point. Maybe I should have taken Lightning Strike. Yeah, whatever. Also, this never showed up on my quest tracker, so I never did it. But I think, yeah, that's almost everything. I'll kill the boars. Maybe that's like a chain, and that directs me somewhere else. But if I get to like the final few quests and they're group quests or whatever, I guess that's technically not a group quest, but that would be way too challenging for me to solo. You hit level cap in Mop, but you can't remember if you did in Wrath or Kata. Definitely not during TBC. Yeah. I think that reflects similar to like most people's experiences of like after they started, at least if they started in old WoW. Obviously, if they started recently, then getting to level cap is not an actual challenge. But anybody who started back in the day usually had a similar experience to me of like they did not get to max level for quite a while. At least if they were also a kid, like I was. Very hard to stay focused for long leveling sessions when you're that young. So what do I need boar meat? Where are the boars? Oh, well, there's a boar. I wonder why the quest tracker doesn't show this one. Maybe it's like a more recent quest. But yeah, so I distinctly remember my... I'm trying to think of like how much I can even recall. So, sometime towards the end of Wrath, it was after I had already hit max level. I finally managed to get to level 80. It was like the first thing that I had ever... Or, like, the first, like, time I'd ever hit max level, so I was, like, really happy with myself. And the thing is, as a kid, as somebody who, like, I only knew, like, one or two friends who played the game at that point, and one of them, my friend Robbie, I had gotten to start playing, and he had not hit max level yet. So, when I'm, like, a kid... within my understanding of, like, my progress in the game, I'm thinking I'm doing pretty good, right? I obviously know there's a lot of stuff that, like, I still need to do, but I was not, like, looking up things online. Like, I obviously knew about the internet as a kid, but I did not really understand, like, oh, there's forums that you can read, or things like that. I think it wasn't until, like, End of Mop where I even realized, like, what Reddit was, and that there was, like, a World of Warcraft Reddit where people, like, discussed the game. Actually, it might not even have been until WoD. Until I figured that out. And I played with my dad for a little while. He stopped playing quite as much around Wrath, and that was honestly the last time he ever really played the game. He's just been, like, way too busy with work ever since. Pretty much the only time my dad has ever played the game since has been, you know, me dragging him in to do something, and more recently, a lot of times, like, I'll drag him on to do, like, a stream or something like that. And uh, my dad had obviously got into like a higher level before he stopped because he mostly played in vanilla and TBC. And I think he got like, he never made it to max level, I don't think. But he got to like level 60 something in TBC. So he got close. And I remember thinking the fact that like, oh, I got to max level before, you know, my dad ever did because he had like stopped playing by this point. I felt pretty damn accomplished. So sometime end of Wrath, I had like a family trip to like our relative's house where we all like I forget. I'm trying to remember exactly the details. I know we rented out a house um because like the entire family was there. So like we were visiting our grandparents, but then also I think while we were there, one of like our cousins was getting married. But I'm gonna be honest, it was like a second cousin or something. I genuinely don't think I have ever seen her since this trip, which is kind of funny. Like I never really knew about her before. Like my mom might have mentioned her of like, oh, you're so and so's like second whatever. Uh, but it was like a big family trip, and because everybody from like all parts of the country was there, we had like this big like rented kind of like beach house with like multiple floors, like different rooms for everybody. And Me and my cousin, who I like regular cousin that I've known since I was a little kid, who is like literally just like not like the one getting married, like same age as me pretty much. Who I well, I guess this was actually when I got him into WoW, and he played for years after that. But we like shared a room, so he brought his computer. He was still mostly playing RuneScape at the time, but I was obviously playing World of Warcraft. And it was like I said during that trip where I showed him World of Warcraft, and then he eventually convinced his dad to let him get it when he went back home, and then we've been playing on and off ever since. These days, I don't think he. Well, I mean, these days, obviously now he's like busy, he has a job and all that stuff. I'm like one of the few people who still has time to play. Sad. Um, but so I gonna say? Yeah. So we. I forget what I was rambling about. All that to say, the person who my like second cousin or whatever was getting married to, like her fiance, also played World of Warcraft. Thing is, he was like extremely fucking good at the game. I I don't want to say this confidently because it's been so long and my memory is fuzzy, and I'm sure that there is like a literal record trail for this stuff, and I never double checked it. But I was told at the time that he literally won the Arena World Champion or Championship or whatever. This was way back in Wrath. And now that I say that, I'm actually really curious if there's like a record of that. Arena World Championship. WoW. Wrath of the Lich King. Like, surely the results for that are somewhere, like, recorded in history. Is there... All I see is BlizzCon 2008. It was one of the BlizzCon ones. I remember that. And if he didn't win, he came in, like, some high place, because all I know is a bunch of our relatives were like, oh yeah, you play World of Warcraft? Oh, well, so and so plays World of Warcraft too, the fiance. And they were like, oh, he's like really good at it. He like won a tournament and he won money from it. And like obviously to like a bunch of older people who don't really understand games, the fact that he had won an arena tournament and actually made money playing the game, that's like, you can make money playing video games? Like this is literally like, 2010s, right? That it was like actually be around 2010, so very long ago, back when that was a foreign concept. I mean, streaming wasn't even really a thing back then. So that's why I distinctly remember it. And then I think I asked him as a kid, and he was like, oh yeah, I won this arena thing. But again, it's been so long that I don't remember the details. Now I'm actually very curious. BlizzCon 2008, is there an Arena World Championship? Surely the winners are recorded somewhere. Arena. No. It's only mentioned here. Arena. And these are all... This is like mid-Cataclysm, so it definitely wasn't there. Hold on, I gotta... I'm on a side quest now. I need to... Nope, nothing on this post. Arena, nope, nothing on this post. Jeez. Surely there's like a record of this somewhere. It's kind of funny that I literally have never thought to check until now. But if there is some sort of like... I'm sure that somewhere deep buried in like a random internet forum is like a record of this stuff. Because now I'd just be curious, like, did he actually win? Or did he just get like second or third place? All I know is I do believe the fact that he did win something because like all the fucking boomers were like, oh, he won money playing World of Warcraft. And I was like, oh, that seems interesting. So I remember asking him, like, can I see your character? And he showed me that the two things I distinctly remember is one, he had the Warglaze of Azzinoth, so he was playing a Blood Elf rogue with basically like full super duper decked out Wrath of the Lich King best in slot stuff, all the gladiator gear, whatever. And then Warglaze of Azzinoth is what he just wore while running around Dalaran. And his character looked fucking crazy to me, because obviously me as a kid who had just hit level 80 for the first time. Also, where the fuck are the boars? Maybe there's more up north. I'm just gonna... Okay, well, boars started respawning. But I remember as a kid thinking, oh my god, his gear is crazy. And then also, I remember asking him why his character was a female Blood Elf. Because, like, I don't remember exactly what my dad told me when I was, like, a kid. But my dad always said something to the effect of, like, oh, your character is, like, a reflection of you. So you want to make a character that, like, you feel, like, accurately represents you or something like that. And like, so I always made like guy characters, right? I just made like, you know, like, okay, well, I'm a guy. I'm supposed to make a guy character. Like, that's just how it works. Like, as a little kid, that was just kind of my logic. And I thought it was strange that he was playing as a girl, because he's not a girl. And that's how, like, you know, however old, like 10-year-old me brain logic worked. And he said, and this has been like apparently a common saying over the years, but this was the first time I ever heard it. He said, well, if I'm gonna play the game, I don't want to look at it guy's ass all day. Which feels like such a cop-out thing to say. Because, like, these days, obviously, I only really play as female characters 90% of the time. And if somebody asks me, why are all your characters girls, which actually multiple people have asked me before, like in guilds and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know, I just like playing girl characters more. And especially, a lot of times, I like the animations more. But, like, the whole, I don't want to look at a guy's ass all day excuse, I remember that to this day, and at the time, I was like, you know, 10-year-old me was like, I guess that makes sense. And in hindsight, like, no, that's a really stupid thing to say. That's, like, such a silly reason to say that you play, like, a girl character. I don't know. And that bugs me. That's just something I remember. But the other thing is, after seeing his, like, super duper powerful character with, like, warglaves and stuff, I felt, like, ashamed, almost. Because up until that point, like, going into, you know, that conversation, I thought I was, like, yeah, pretty good at World of Warcraft, you know? I had been playing since I was 5 years old. You know, it had been pretty much, like, half my life up to that point. And every single friend I had, even my dad, I, at this point, out-leveled my dad. I was now max level. You know, I'm kind of a big deal. I have a max level character. Ooh. And then this person, who is, like, apparently related to me now, is apparently one of the best World of Warcraft players in the game, and literally won money playing the game. And here I am, a stupid kid, with one max level character in, like, fucking greens and stuff, because I didn't know how to do any max level dungeons. I was like, wow, I'm dog shit. And it like, really reframed my like, view of both, I think, myself and the game. And it kind of made me realize, like, there's so much that I have to do if I ever want to be at that level. I don't want to like psychoanalyze myself, but I do wonder if like, because pretty much from that point on, I I think that is definitely, that not, I don't even think that is literally kind of the turning point where I basically said I want to try and learn how to actually play this game. Because up until that point, I had just fucked around and done nothing. Now, I was still dog shit for years and years and years after the fact. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't understand how to look anything up. But I do remember putting in, like, much more effort to actually learn and improve. And, I was just still obviously so busy with school that I never really had a chance. But then I had been consistently trying to be better. And then the moment that I kind of had a chance, which is like in Mists of Pandaria, my friend Paul was like trying to teach me how to, play Death Knight, and said like, oh, I could help you like join a raiding guild and stuff like that. And like something finally snapped, and I'm just like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to study for like tests nonstop all day, every day anymore. If I have an opportunity to actually like play the game, I'm going to. And obviously, my parents weren't thrilled with that, and that was a whole arc. But it worked out in the end. And hey, I did manage to at least somewhat manage to juggle it going forward all the way into graduating college. So that was pretty much the once I graduated college, my dad was finally like, all right, I've been giving you shit for however many years about, not putting as much effort into school as you used to, but hey, you at least did that. So he's laid off ever since. Especially once, I actually can make money off this now, thankfully, which in that way I've somehow fulfilled the entire arc of doing the same thing in a slightly different way that I guess, is it my cousin? I don't know. I don't think I've ever, like I said, I've never met him at any sort of family event ever since. But I guess, yeah. It's technically the same thing that my cousin ended up doing all the way back then, just in a different way. I managed to make money off World of Warcraft, so my childhood insecurity was finally vanquished. Also, it looks like the rare mob is not up. Not seeing it, so oh well. We got this quest down at least, so this was the quest that Yash was talking about before. Is there anything else? Anything that I can see, at least. Well, there's this thing. Talk to Duchess Grelda in her manor. Is that... Okay, Silverpine. So, that might have a follow-up, so I'll at least go turn that in. How long has this taken? I'd say it's taken about 3 hours, give or take, to do this entire little zone. Because I think I spent about 30 minutes yapping at the start, but that's not too bad. And I got about 2.5 levels in that process. I don't necessarily think this was like the most efficient questing ever, but it's like, this has been a solid little subzone. I enjoyed this. And then I do wish there were more chests, though. The innkeeper not selling any consumable stuff, that's a little bit of a bummer. That's the only, like, slight gripe, but, like, tiny, understandable oversight. And then there not being any chests. But, as I did say at the start, I do distinctly remember the developers saying that they were planning to rework Tears Fall Uplands, or at least update it in the, like, development roadmap. So that makes sense. That was probably one of the things that they planned on fixing. 1 second. So, there's no follow-up there, so I guess that's it for the Wolf Cave and stuff. And then all that's left would be... I wonder if the wiki has any information on this quest. Cleaning the farm turtle. Wow. It's on the database. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, I guess I could check the quest giver. Father Brightcop. Okay, yeah, so the only quest he gives is the prereq to kill all the undead, then cleaning the farm, and then the too late to prelight. The Shadowfang Keep one. So that seems like it's the last quest in that chain. Obviously, I'm not too concerned about that. There's just no real way that I would be able to solo that. And as long as there's nothing else that I'm missing, it's not that big of a deal. Let's see about this one, though. Okay.
What would you ask of death? I have exactly what you need.
It's far.
However,
Is this the elite area? Ah, wait, no. This is a different area. And then where is this turned in? I hope I don't need to run all the way down here again. Attack from the inside. Before returning to Duchess Grelda. Let me look at the wiki for this. Attack from the inside. And then, yeah. Okay, so there is... Like I thought, there's a follow-up quest at that area, the Remnants Camp, with all the elite mobs. It is a group quest, and it gives either a 5 intellect or 5 strength ring, which is technically pretty good. Would be better than what I have. I made this with jewel crafting. But I've already seen those mobs. There's absolutely zero chance I can do that. There's a bunch of elites that you need to kill. I mean, it is a group quest after all. But yeah, that seems like the final chain in the zone. I'm not going to bother doing that, also because I really don't feel like running all the way up here, killing some mobs, running all the way back just to get the final quest in a chain that I know I can't complete. But we did the rest, and that is enough for me. I've gotten a big enough picture of what the zone is like to understand it, which is kind of all that I'm really hoping for, especially considering I'm not going to be doing the entire thing, or I'm not going to be leveling this character much longer anyway. I'm just trying to get an understanding of the stuff that I didn't get a chance to do before. With that said, the last thing that I want to do on my Shaman is I want to do the Kultras invasion questline, Anchor's End, and then I'm going to do the stuff on my druid, my Night Elf druid, the Teldrassil stuff, because I got all the new quests set up for that. Then we can do that. That should only take like 30 minutes or so, so I'm not going to do a separate stream just for that. I'll throw it in at the end here. And then tomorrow, whenever I stream, I will mostly be doing stuff on my Paladin, and my Shaman will be done after this. What would be the best way to get there? I think I could probably just swim to the islands normally. If I recall, the mobs are around this level, level 20. The only thing I'm not sure about is it meant to be done in a group? Like, it's not flagged as a group quest, cutting ranks, but it also could be the type of quest where it's just so difficult. Like, there's a lot of Skull Rock comes to mind, even like Moonbrook, areas that are really, really, really dangerous and difficult, and technically aren't like elite mobs, group quest areas. They're just kind of challenging in a vacuum. So, we'll see. I mean, I have 30 minutes left in all my buffs. So I would like to make use of that before they go away. So I'll try to be quick about this. And I think swimming from Frey Island is probably the best method, because the other way is just going all the way around the southern Durotar coastline and going through the Echo Islands, but that doesn't really seem very efficient to me. Also, before I do that, I'm just going to mail off everything. I do have an agility scroll I could use if needed. Alright. These are all materials. I don't believe there's any way to auto put something in mail. I've tried a bunch of different keybinds and none of them worked in Classic, but maybe there is one that I'm just not sure about. I'll put lesser healing potions here for now. Actually, let me use my rejuve potions while I have them. There... I would like to learn Ghost Wolf, but I don't think there's any nearby Shaman trainer. I think there might be one in the Crossroads, but I don't know if I care enough to go all the way there. Especially because, like, the travel time that I would save over the next 30 minutes, however long this will take, is probably not significant enough to warrant a major detour. So I'm not too concerned about that. And yeah, these are Druid NPCs, so not relevant. I swim across this. I suppose, I think I can just, like, auto-run swim from here and cross that gap without dying to fatigue. I'm pretty sure that that's enough. Actually, is this fatigue? Okay. I guess I could have sworn this was, like, deep enough to trigger fatigue, but maybe not. The mini-map has even deeper waters out there, so I guess that would be it. I'm like... Since this is not fatigue waters, you know what? I'm very tempted, because I need more coffee. So that's the island right there. The one with, like, the little boat next to it. That's the Koltaros place. So I want to put myself on auto run and swim there to save a little bit of time. The problem is, I don't know if there's fatigue waters in there. I don't know if I can make it. And I also don't know if when I make it to shore, I'll die. I think I'm going to YOLO it, and if I die, I die. And I'm going to run and make coffee, and then hopefully, in the time it takes me to run up and make coffee, I don't die to either fatigue or Koltaros dies. So we will find out. I'll be right. As my coffee is pouring, I am double checking. I'm very surprised this is not fatigue. I feel like it should be. I'm not like... Yeah, I'm not DC'd. Okay. That's surprising, but I can't complain. Maybe because of this island, they changed these waters to not be fatigue. Like, I mean, how is this not fatigue, right? I had to look down to make sure I'm not crazy. This is, like, absolutely deep enough that it should trigger fatigue waters. I'd always assumed that the fatigue system worked on, like, a just automatic trigger based on the depth below you. Like, if you are swimming above, like, an uninterrupted height of however much, that it just automatically triggers the fatigue bar. But maybe not. Maybe there is a way to, like, flag areas as, like, this is where fatigue happens. I'm not sure. Okay, so all these mobs, level 17, level 15. Okay, so I'm actually slightly over-leveled for this. Maybe. The main reason I waited until 20 is because I distinctly remember, and I think this might be fine, I remember seeing some people here in part 1 that were like around level 18, 19, and they were really struggling with these mobs, so... I think even though they're technically lower level, the fact that there's so many of them does make this a little bit more aimed at people around level 20. And I'd imagine the actual lieutenants I need to kill will be higher level. I'm gonna go grab my coffee, though, now that I know that I'm safe. All right. Let's do this. So, where do I go? I need to... I'm gonna reload to see if it picks up on my quest tracker. Because it should ideally show me the objective breakdowns. Maybe that doesn't happen until I... Yeah, I might need to kill, like, one mob to get that to show up. So there's one quest to just kill a lot of mobs. Another one to kill 10 officers. These are just regular soldiers. And... Okay, the officers, I'm going to assume, are either on the ship or in the church. That feels like a logical place for them to put, like, the higher level enemies in a camp like this. Looks like most of these I'll have to fight 2 at a time. But being over leveled, I should be fine. Yeah, so now it shows up after I have some progress. I should also move that. He's gonna cast something, maybe? Okay. Shock. Okay, let's just Earth Shock to Make that easier. Also, I should use my Rumsy Rums while I have them. I bought some of these off the auction house for literal vendor value, so I figured out. Can't hurt. I couldn't tell. It looked like one got consumed, but didn't give me the buff, but I couldn't really see how many I had before and after, so I'm not sure. I'm guessing the named NPCs are in buildings. Okay, so there's an officer here. There is... There are no named mob in the church? Who am I looking for? Hydramaster, Shaleborn, and Deckmaster Darkhollow. Okay, Deckmaster is definitely around here. Probably on the boat. And then Hydromancer might be in that building? Can't see, though. I need to be very careful about how I pull this, though. Because it is very easy to get surrounded in a place like this. Just fucking save Earthshock for that. Oh, there's... Okay. I missed that. There's an entire upper level that's surrounded by a further fence. That is... You can see in the map. Can't really make out anything. But that's probably where, like, the Hydromancer is. And there's... Oh, never mind. Right there. Okay. In that building. I could probably kite out to this open area. But I need to make sure that it's clear of patrols and, like, that sailor mob. Let's get rid of that mob. I feel like if I kite it out of that building, I can probably get it into this open area here with just outranging the mob without it pulling any of the stuff in that camp off to the side. The problem is, what's my escape plan if that backfires? Don't know if I have one. Because the only entrance is that way. That's the closest exit, but there's 2 guards there. I feel reasonably confident that I'm safe. I can't tell if there's other mobs in that building. I'm going to lightning bolt and then run. And this should be good. Yeah, perfect. It's like no other mobs with him. Nice. With that guy down, I feel like it's suspicious that there's no utilization of this upper area, because presumably if the Hydromancer's not there, then the Dockmaster is, well, probably by the boat. Is there a second quest after this? I'm not sure. Yep, it looks like there is. Okay. So I have to do this quest and then presumably come back and kill Sir Danubis in that upper area. Ah, fuck. That is a lot of running back and forth. Well, that is classic for you. It does kind of feel like that, though. They could give you... Like, even if they wanted to make it a separate quest, which I think would be reasonable. That one not being given at the same time feels kind of a bummer if they're all in the same exact area. Oh, well. Hmm. I mean, that's slightly better than what I have, but I do actually have some mace skill trained up. I guess I'll hold on to that just in case. Bandage. If it's just that one mob, I'm gonna be honest, I probably don't care enough to come back and do it again. It looks like it's pretty much you clear out the entirety of this, and then you're like, I'll check, I'll turn it in, and then we'll see if there's another follow-up to do something separate. But that's the only unused area that I can really see here. And then maybe there's like another elite mob in each of those huts. And so it's another come back here and like kill their leadership type thing. Tag. To make sure I don't get jumped by a patrol. I see into that house. I only see just regular mobs in the rest of this area. I'm gonna angle my camera. I'm not seeing anything special. What about in that house? I don't see any mobs in there. Oh, there is one. Okay. Lieutenant Alvarold. This dude has 3,455 health. Okay. Now, that mob, I'm like, oh. I'm assuming a quest is going to send me back to kill him, and maybe I could. I could probably kite a mob long enough, especially there's, like, decent terrain here for that, to kill something that strong. There is absolutely zero chance in hell that I would be able to solo a 3,000 health mob. So, that is probably not gonna happen. But at least I got to see it. I'd also imagine that the odds I find anybody to group up for this is extremely low, because this is... In order to even get this unlocked, I had to do, like, a pretty lengthy quest chain that started in Durotar and then went into the Barrens. And I suspect that anybody who's trying to really quickly level up at this point, to see all of the zones and whatnot, is not going to go out of their way to do a relatively inefficient quest chain, just to do a quest that requires you to finish it with a group quest, which, by its very definition, is not going to be easy to do right now. So the odds that there's that many other people in a situation like I am is basically astronomically low. But at least do, obviously, the quests that I have here, though. And regardless, it is still a cool area, and this feels like thematic to Classic. Of, like, Kulturas area, it expands upon, like, the original Durotar story. And a whole, like, long chain that culminates in like a 3 to 5 person group quest to kill a big elite, to presumably get a really powerful reward at that level, probably like a necklace or a ring, maybe even a trinket. Although I would be very surprised if you got any decently good trinkets, though I do have these things. There was... I forget what gave me this. This was a quest in Mulgore. Oh yeah, that was another thing I forgot to mention. So Mulgore has 2 new areas. There's this place, Suntail Pass. This is mostly just a pass that connects the Barrens and Mulgore that way. But also there's a little quest hub here with some Quillbore. And if you do the quest there, you get this trinket, Spiritual Feather. And then I forget what I did to get the Tusk. But there are some low-level trinkets at this level. It's not completely devoid of new content. And so, okay, 8-slot bag is actually an upgrade. Oh. So I suppose it is not impossible that a level 20 quest at this point would give me a trinket, since I've already gotten some a little bit earlier, but most of the ones I see just give rings. Also, I believe this was added like much earlier in Turtle's lifespan, and I think a lot of the stuff that I got that gave me like lower level trinkets is a little bit more recent. So it's possible that their philosophy on like entry level, this trinket's like, it's not doing that much. It's really just there to fill the slot. Oh, fade. My totem's just going off. What the fuck? Okay, they did not code the docks properly. Because one mob on here is evade bugged, and the other one is pathing through the floor. So I'm guessing there's probably something that they did wrong with how the mobs path on this. Now, I suspect that the Dark Master mob is in the boat, because I don't see him on any of the docks itself. That seems, yep, like a pretty logical and correct assumption. Wrong totem. Okay, what else do I need? 3 clerics and 5 officers. Oh, is there anybody further down in the boat? Because he's pretty early here. So if there's 2 elites in the upper levels, I could also definitely see there being a 3rd elite that you need to kill that's at the bottom of the boat. Because a lot of times the strongest mob that you need to kill, like those pirate ships in Booty Bay, the Bloodsail guys are all like in the bottom, in like the captain's area. So either back there, which seems to be empty, or in that bottom level. So this is all empty. A mob in this area. Just to sate my curiosity. Nope, just another expedition sailor. Okay. I feel like they should have done more with the boat. Or multiple boats, because it is Kulturos, right? Like, that's kind of their entire thing. But who knows? Maybe there's, like, another quest to get, like, a logbook from the bottom of the ship. But I feel like if there was, then there'd be more mobs down there guarding it. The fact that there is nothing down there indicates that probably the final quest in this chain is just to go into that upper level and kill more of those mobs. I need specifically clerics. Where can I find and officers. Officers, I can probably get in and around this upper area. Cleric, here we go. I'm going to save Earthshock for this guy. And... no. Oh, no, what are you pulling, Searing Totem? Okay. Oh, that's what it's pulling. Thank you, Searing Totem. Very cool. Okay, that's a patrolling officer. Also get the ones up there again. I could get... it's a patrolling cleric. Here, I can do this. If I put my totem here, it probably won't aggro much. Earthshock this. Yep. Okay. And then there's a bunch of clerics around here. Also, sorry, you get these. This is... actually, this is the last cleric I need. Then the remaining officers are all mostly in that area. I could probably get that patrolling officer. Just, fuck it, I'm gonna get the cleric too while I'm here. That way I just need to do a little bit less, because I do need 5 still. I think the only other place I can rely... yeah, actually, you can see on the map. They're all on this side. Unless I want to fish for respawns. I'll need to somehow drag, like, that guy out? Ooh. Ooh, that's really good. Alright, screw that mace that I was holding on to. This is a sizable upgrade. Let's... why is my Searing Totem not doing anything? It's annoying. Two more. This guy. And then, are there any other officers I can tag? I feel like if I try to grab this officer, they're definitely going to pull the elite. This one, at the very least, I can kill. Searing Totem has decided it no longer wants to do anything. Is it, like, at least attacking, and I just can't see it? No. Well, that's strange. Problem is, if I pull this guy, it might get the stuff in the house. This is definitely safer, though, because if I get this one, I might not get anything nearby. But there's no real safe way to drag it out without getting this officer. So I have to do this. Yep. Earthbind Totem. Can I hop this fence? I cannot. Aw, fuck. Okay. I'm safe at least. Yeah, I got everything in the house. Okay. Well, last try. Can I tag? Run. Nope! Definitely can't do that. Oh, fuck. Okay, I got the elite mob. They leashed, thankfully. I wonder if they have smaller leash ranges because they don't want you to be able to, like, drag the elites out. Maybe these mobs are hard-coded to have more strict ranges? I don't know. Either way, there's absolutely zero chance in hell I am getting either one of those, so... There's an officer in this hut. I will kill it. I will return to Razor Hill, and I will complete my quest. That would probably have been less work than trying to get one of the ones inside. Okay, but, like, how do I... I don't think... Yeah, I squeezed in there without attracting any of the mobs of the camp nearby. This was kind of a needless risk, though, if I'm going to be honest. And... yeah, we're done, but... do I... if I die, I would definitely not get sent back to Razor Hill, because this is still, technically speaking, in the Barrens. So instead, we have to run. Just need to not get dazed. And... oh yeah, I forgot about that. So if you phase into Duratar, I guess it still technically shows me in the Barrens. I don't know, there's some weird phasing things going on, though. But okay. Now we can just head back to Razor Hill, which is a very long turn-in point for this quest, which is, again, why I don't really think this is super efficient. Why is this... it says there's a rare called the Snipper. All the way up there. Is this on... okay, it's part of... right. I've never seen that rare. But I guess it's on Blackstone Islands. Yeah, I've actually never seen any rares on Blackstone Island. I didn't even know there were. That's interesting. Apparently there's some on the Thalassian Highlands, too. Tenris Merkblood? What the fuck? A level 60 rare? Well, that's cool. What? Can I... Tenris Merkblood Turtle WoW? There's a wiki page. Huh. I mean, apparently it's just an Alliance NPC. I don't know why it's flagged as a rare mob, but... alright. Sure. Yeah, there's like... there's no entries for stuff like this. Arcandir. Almantir the Mad. Yeah. So I can't find any information about those. It's neat that there are rare mobs even in the custom zones, though. I had honestly assumed they forgot until I found some of the Tears Fall uplands, so that is neat. Yeah, I don't think there's any rentable mounts here, so... As we just keep walking on foot. And then the other thing I wanted to check, right, so... Anchor's End. Let me just, okay, I need to search Anchor's End Turtle. Wow. Okay, yeah, so after this... It looks like the only quest I can see here, there is a quest called, literally, Lieutenant Alvarold to kill that level 20 elite. Interesting, Lieutenant Alvarold is apparently... I wanted to know if they actually did something with this, so I googled it. The Warcraft wiki says, Lieutenant Alvarold was one of Dalen Proudmoore's lieutenants, who made up a part of the fleet that sailed to Durotar. While Proudmoore headed towards the land, he ordered Alvarold to take an exploratory fleet and scout the coast of Kalimdor. Lieutenant Benedict continued Dalen's campaign, and Admiral Proudmoore's orders, so the papers that you pick up in this area, in Tiergard Keep, there's like a little box at the top over there. You get the orders that say Alvarold is going to reinforce him eventually. And then it just says Alvarold's fate is unknown. There's been no mention of Alvarold since the orders. And then it says that apparently in the Chronicles, after Dalen died, most survivors from Kulturas sailed back to the Eastern Kingdoms. And... interesting. I'm surprised they never reused him in Battle for Azeroth. But that's pretty cool. So the entire idea behind this, like, this edition, Anchor's Edge, is apparently the letter that you pick up in Tiergard, that keep over there. That letter says something about getting reinforcements from Lieutenant Alvarold. So they actually just added the reinforcements. And apparently in actual World of Warcraft, that was just a dropped plot thread. So there is actual basis in the lore for adding this. Huh. That is pretty fucking cool. Yeah, so apparently... So this doesn't give you any reward, but then there is a follow-up quest after that called Hero's Reward. And... okay, the wiki doesn't say what the quest reward is. Oh, it says Band of Durotar, Signet of Durotar, Ring of Durotar. So I literally called it, it's a ring. It doesn't actually show what the things do. I wonder, is there like a database? I think /db Band of Durotar? Durotar. Items. Ah! Ha 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 ha! I can. But yeah, wouldn't I be able to do /db Hero's Reward? Is that what it's called? That is the name of the quest. Yes. Oh, yeah, there. But there's also another quest called that. Okay, so it's this thing. A Hero's Reward. So this is the quest that you get after doing Lieutenant Alvarold. And then, what was it? Band of Durotar. Under items. 5 strength, 2 agi, 4 stamina. So that is a pretty damn good ring. That is quite strong. And then Signet of Durotar. Ooh, it auto sorts. Ooh. 5 magic spells and effects. That's quite good. Casters. And then Ring of Durotar. I'm guessing agi or healer. Mostly agi, yeah. Interesting. I guess, yeah, the magic spells and effects means it works for both healers and casters. So that is cool. Yeah, like, I I don't know. The thing with jewel crafting being in the game, though, I'm curious if they had already added jewel crafting when they added stuff like this. The rings that you can craft from this get very good. There's a lot of pretty good jewelry pieces that you can make even by level 20. So the amount of time required to go through this entire chain just for like one good ring, early on in regular classic, that would be a godsend. Because good jewelry and trinkets are a premium. Trinkets especially. But like, obviously that ring would be slightly better, but by the time that I get that ring, there's also others that I can either craft or get from dungeons that are about comparable. I mean, it's still cool that it exists, though, right? Can't really complain about that. Yeah. I guess I'll check off. I have my the Baron's Anchor's Edge. I will mark that off on my checklist. And, oh yeah, I will mark off Tearsfall Uplands on my checklist. That is all done. Technically, right, you know, there's one quest from Anchor's Edge that I'm missing, but in terms of, yeah. In terms of what I'm actually trying to see, I think that's fine. You don't know if he actually spawns, but apparently he's right in the middle of a withered High Elf camp, which is part of the mini High Elf city. It seems like he's just a regular mob there. I guess they didn't really do anything with him, probably just flavor. I just don't know why he's marked as a rare mob. Tenris Murkblood, that is. But yeah. So I've done the High Elf thing, so I know the rough layout of the Thalassian Highlands, which is why I was surprised this was here, because I do know, like, this is the city, right? So he's right there in the middle of that, which is strange, but it's something. Let's see. What else? I think, honestly, though, that's kind of it for my Shaman. This character. All stuff I'll continue with will be on my my Paladin. Just, like, there are some groups forming. Like, you can even see there's a few people doing, like, Karazhan and stuff. Though, I'm seeing more groups for raids and whatnot on here, likely because the thing that happened with this server, with Ambershire, is this was the progression server. So the reason I originally made my character here is when Turtle WoW was originally like, oh yeah, we're not shutting down, you know, we're gonna keep the servers running because Blizzard can't touch us and stuff. I mean, I kind of assumed, well, yeah, like, I did believe that they would continue fighting it. I understand why they've stopped, and I did think, especially once the writing was on the wall, like, after I had made that part 1, like a month or so later, they put out like an open letter to Blizzard, basically being like, please let us keep our server. And at that point, you just know, like, logically, okay, they're fucked, right? I still held out hope a little bit because they didn't officially announce anything, but then the moment the lawsuit, like, officially closed, you're like, all right. And then eventually they announced, right, the server's shutting down in a week from now. So, yeah, bummer. But the unfortunate reality of Ambershire is they released the server a month ago as, like, a way to slowly progress through all of the new content they added. Because originally they just had their regular servers, and then they would just add stuff. So, like, all these Kulturos quests, well, they just added these at some point years later, but obviously a lot of people who had already been playing on the server for a period of time maybe didn't get to fully experience that, and then, you know, some of the lower level dungeons, maybe you don't get a chance to fully play through that if it's something that you already have a level 60, and it is meant to be for leveling. So, honestly, the idea of a fresh server was really good, because it gives every single person a way to fully experience the entire journey with all of the new content, which I think, no, it is good. I've been having fun so far. So I understand why they did it. But then they also did kind of like a classic style raid release, where they had Molten Core, then Blackwing Lair after a few months, I think just came out. I believe they also did like Zul'Gurub already, because technically, like, the gear is slightly worse. And in order to give, like, a better progression, they did that first, I'm pretty sure. I only loosely followed it. But then, a good example is, like, last year, shortly before they even started the fresh server, they released Tower of Karazhan, which was, like, their biggest raid. They have a few, like, smaller single boss raids, but they released that thing. Around that time, I actually started playing for the first time on Nordinar, which is when my friend convinced me to try it. literally the thing that convinced me to give it a shot was watching the Karazhan raid, which looked really cool. And then also they just recently, like as of I think a month or so ago, released Timbermaw Hold. And so all of these people who played on Ambershire were basically stuck in what is effectively a what's it called? Like a locked version of the game where a lot of the content, especially endgame stuff, couldn't be accessed. And now suddenly it's like, surprise, we're never going to get to that point. Bit of a bummer, but that's how it goes. And what's it called? I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so I think the reason why you're seeing a lot of people trying to like pug these raids on Ambershire at least, which I haven't seen quite as much on Nordinar, is most likely these people wanted to see all of the new content. Makes sense. But now they only have one chance. And nobody's been running these raids on this server, so they just have to throw together whatever groups they can to actually get it done. Whereas on the established servers, it's been out for a while and most people have already done it. I have seen a few people forming groups on the other server, but not as many. But also, the chat and like the general population seems to be a lot more active. There's just more people fucking around there, which makes sense. It's probably people who have been playing for quite a while. I am hopeful though that there will be at least enough people still leveling on there. I've encountered a few people still leveling. Maybe I'll get to see the later dungeons, but that remains to be seen, I guess. But I'll leave my Shaman off for now. Definitely the last thing I'm going to do, or one of the last things I'm going to do, I might do something else at the end, depends on how long this takes. Okay, sometimes if that takes forever, I'm just going to... I don't know if it shows your password or not, so I'm just going to click this off. Okay, it shows it in, like, stars, but I'm just not taking any risks. Even something like password length, right, could be security, whatever. Okay, so Druid. Right. So for my Druid, I've been doing herbalism and skinning, because I figure if there's any character that I don't mind leveling up a little bit alongside my Paladin, it would be this one. So this is probably going to be the gathering character, and I should be able to get enough materials to at least help my Paladin out a decent amount. Yeah, that's not... I'm actually going to return that. Take the Elixir of Wisdom. It requires level 10. Alright. This, I guess. These are both level 14. So 2. I should probably get bigger... Oh, wait, no. Which one? Yeah, this one I want to send. I should probably get bigger bags on this character at some point, but I think for right now it doesn't matter too much. But, okay, so... On my Druid, I've done most of Teldrassil. The interesting things that I've already done, which won't be shown here, is there is a quest that you can pick up from, like, killing a rare in this area. Now, that is actually just regular Classic, that I do distinctly remember. But in regular Classic, it just gives you, like, a generic consumable. In Turtle WoW, it gives you a trinket. Now, this trinket is, like, kind of whatever. It summons a little Timberling that dies very easily. They haven't actually changed how it works. The regular item you got from the quest, it was a one-time use summon a Timberling thing. But the fact that it is a trinket, and obviously has multiple uses, infinite uses, is neat. I think that's a cool change. Turns it into a novelty item instead of something that you'll literally never ever press. And there's also a quest that you pick up here in this little cave. I think I mentioned this before. You go here, you kill a treant, you get a generic item. I don't think it was anything super special. There is... So the Moon Priestesses that patrol up and down the road, they give you a quest. This is just regular Classic, to kill ambushers in this area. But in addition to that, there is a follow-up quest now that is unique to Turtle WoW, where you kill a mob in this cave here, below the road, which had no purpose in original vanilla Teldrassil, but was there in original vanilla, and then you kill another mob in the Barrow Den, which, same thing, has been there in Classic, but had no purpose. You kill both of them, you get a reward. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like a ring, but it was not better than either of the jewel crafting rings I had, so I didn't end up using it. And then, what else? Oh no, it was a dagger. Right, dagger. I remember. The ring is from this other quest. So this quest, Ursal the Mauler, this is just part of a chain, but they added another quest to actually kill mobs here, securing Darnassus. You pick this up over here, and this one, I think this was the one that gave a ring? Yes, Adina's Loop. Now, I probably will not run that over +6 attack power, just because I don't really need it. But it's neat, and obviously having more early ring options, even if they aren't like super well statted, is just good. Because a lot of times those slots just remain empty for a super long time. And this also overlaps pretty seamlessly with Ursal the Mauler. I actually had to double check when I saw this one. Like, is this a vanilla quest? Because I don't remember. I usually never do Ursal the Mauler. Because, like, why are you going to go all the way out here just to kill one mob and then go all the way back? But now if there's 2 quests directing you here, and they actually give decent rewards, oh, well, suddenly that becomes a lot more appealing. So it does kind of fit really well with the rest of the structure. There's, I think, like 1 or 2 more quests in Ruttherin Village. I think this one might be regular, but I'm not 100% sure. But there's a breadcrumb quest that basically sends you on a boat to Stormwind, which obviously doesn't exist in regular Classic. Stormwind Harbor is only in Wrath, but it's here in Turtle. So there's basically a quest that tells you to take a package to Stormwind by going on the boat. And then the main thing is this little new area, Ursan Heights. This is the big one here. And there's only a few quests in this area. It's not that impactful, but it's neat. And that's why I did most of like the generic quests here. Like the one in the Barrow Dens, there are a lot of existing quests that you do in regular Classic to go here. Obviously in like hardcore and stuff, you usually skip this because it's way too dangerous for the rewards. But I usually like doing these. It's just fun. So I did it, especially since there was like a new quest to go along with it. And now I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to do the Ursal the Mauler stuff, and then I'm going to do Ursan Heights. And then I don't really know what I'm going to do on my Druid. I think I'm just going to do random quests, probably off-stream to get to level 16. Probably Dark Shore stuff. Honestly, one of the best ways I could just get XP is just run up and down the shore, grab some sea monsters, at least the ones that are easy enough to reach, and collect some herbs and skin some stuff while I'm at it. And that will probably be an easy enough way for me to get to level 16. And then I'm going to use this character for Frostbane Hollow, which is like the new dungeon. I could also, oh yeah, the prereq quests. Technically not a prereq, but like the dungeon quests for Frostbane, I can get those unlocked, and that's a little bit more experience. And I will do that off stream after we're done. But I figured since the new Druid stuff, or Night Elf stuff, is interesting enough, I would at least include it here. Also, Earth Root. While I go, I definitely don't want to be ignoring herbs. And I thought about... I'm debating whether or not I want to do some Paladin stuff on stream or not. The only thing that I was considering doing on my Paladin is there are a few new quests in Loch Modan. I haven't done the entire zone, and I'll be honest, I probably won't at this point on any character, just to check. Loch Modan is also regularly a zone that I skip, because I don't level many dwarves and gnomes, and I tend to find that Westfall and Darkshore are just way more efficient zones, even like Redridge and Duskwood and stuff. So even when I'm playing a gnome, which is not often, I tend to just go over to the other continents and just get all the quests there. Darkshore especially, I usually level if I'm trying to be somewhat efficient. And then Westfall's nice because you get all the Dead Mines breadcrumbs, so I tend to do that a lot. So I just find that Lochmadon doesn't really have a whole lot to offer. It's also kind of annoying to traverse because of the lock, right? So I tend not to quest there a lot. So I wouldn't even really be able to tell the big difference between like custom content and original stuff like I can with Teldrassil, where I've at least done it enough times to be like, I don't remember this. This seems new. I'll use all this stuff. Also, sort of knowledge. Because even if these mobs are not difficult, I'm going to be doing a bunch of quests and killing stuff for at least a decent amount of time. Only question now is, because I have bear form, it's probably faster to just do this. What the heck? I double tapped it, I guess. Okay, I need to... Yeah, because macros are annoying to make, I have to do start attack here. This is probably more efficient than doing Wrath Spam. There's also a rare mob here. I want to outrange that guy. Yeah, closer. This. Oh yeah, so for talents, another thing, because I haven't really touched upon that. There are some differences for druid talents. That is an upgrade, actually. Normally I start leveling as balance. I'm probably going to reset my talents at some point soon, once I have enough to really go into bear, but I only just got it before I stopped and was like, I'll do the rest on stream. So there's this new thing, Sylvan Blessing. When you kill a target that yields experience or honor, you get regenerate while casting. Technically, this isn't really doing a lot for me right now, but this is really nice for like chain pulling as just a Wrath and Moonfire spammer. And that's why I put 2 points into Improved Wrath, but eventually I'll probably just take... I think Feral Aggression is... Oh, no, Ferocity. Yeah. Ferocity will definitely be better, because it affects Maul Swipe, Claw, and Rake. So yeah, the reduced energy cost will be very nice there. I think I can do this. Then I can heal myself and do the Roar. Moonfire should take that mob down. Yeah, perfect. Another pull here. It feels like... Obviously, these mobs are a little bit under-leveled, but Druid just feels incredibly strong while leveling. Like, technically, the mana regen thing actually kind of helps. But, honestly, like, even in regular Classic, you can just kind of do this. And it would be even stronger if I had the actual dedicated bear talents. Because I don't think, yeah, none of the stuff I have here is really that special. That's just Classic Druid for you. That was definitely because of my talents that I could get that cast off before he finished his. In fact, for like single mobs like this, probably Wrath Spam is still faster. Auto attack down. It's staggered slightly. It's fine. Okay, Maul hits like a fucking truck. I think I can just pull Ursula the Mauler here and be fine. Ooh, resisted Moonfire. Oh yeah, it does... Hold on, I have to read Enrage after. I'm gonna focus down the mobs one at a time. Did they all resist Moonfire? What the fuck? Maybe it just expired before I checked each one of them. I think I can get a regrowth off here. Save a little bit of time before the next mob I fight. And then it ticks down while I'm in bear form. Perfect. Yeah, so I do vaguely remember this. So Enrage reduces base armor. But I think it's less punishing than it is in Classic. Or maybe there's like an upgrade later on that removes that. I don't recall. I thought I remembered reading that. Let's see. It seems similar enough to what I remember from here. Increases your movement speed outdoors while in cat form. Okay, so that's the same. I feel like... Is Feline Swiftness normally 30% move speed? I feel like that's... less. Normally. No, it is. Okay. That's just normal classic stuff. Alright. My memory's just bad. Which is surprising, because I've leveled a lot of druids in classic. But... it's still a good talent. What do I need? I just need 3 Avengers. Okay, there's 1. These are both so many Pathfinder mobs. That's an Avenger. Could just pull multiple, it doesn't matter. I'll just run out this way and make the mob chase me. When do I get Feral Charge again? Feral Charge is still a talent. So that's like level 21? No. So this is level 14 to max this out. How did I... Oh, I'm bad at math. Okay. Alright, well, there's one more adventure here. Perfect. Uh, 14, and then it would be 19, I guess, to get... What'd you do? You'd probably put 3 points into Feral Instinct here, and then... Where's your Rip? This is a new talent, I think. Yeah, I don't recall this from Classic. But you probably still only put just 2 points into Thick Hide, and then... You could get Feral Charge at level 20 if you wanted to. Okay. And... Being said... Increases the duration of Tiger's Fury. Causes Enrage to instantly generate 5 rage. Okay. Enrage increases your attack speed by 10%. That's quite strong. And then this talent I know. Yeah, I think what I usually do when I build Bear is I immediately take... I I immediately take Feral Charge and then 2 points into Feral Swiftness. And then once I hit level, whatever it is, I guess that would be 24. Realistically, whenever I start tanking dungeons, I respec and then take 2 points into Primal Fury, which is very good. Though, interestingly enough, you would normally not be able to take Primal Fury until this row. So you can take this very early, pretty much the moment you get 5 points available in this row, whereas in regular Classic, it's this node down here. So you have to put 5 points in here and then respec and take 2 points into Primal Fury to even be able to play it. So you can actually get access to this, I guess, 2 levels earlier than you would otherwise be able to. Is that... Yes, 2 levels earlier, pretty much. So that's quite nice. It does mean that you have to sacrifice Feral Swiftness, though, which has always been one of the annoying trade-offs of leveling a druid. It's also why I usually don't tank a lot of low-level dungeons when I'm leveling. On my druid, I just do open-world stuff, and then run like a Feral Swiftness focus build, and then play Cat. Because if I'm playing Bear, you kind of need Primal Fury for low-level dungeons. It's very fucking strong, but then feels bad having to spec out of it. But once you have all this stuff, and you can take it without worrying... This is new, Ancient Brutality. Dodging an attack imbues you with the Spirit of the Ancients. And that's like a turbocharged Primal Fury. You also get Berserk in Turtle. That's very nice. Jesus. Okay, yeah, so like, Bear in the level 40 ranges in Turtle WoW seems like it would just be an obscene dungeon tank. It's already, like, very, very strong, even in vanilla. I would say, until you get to, like, really optimized Paladin tanks at level 60, or maybe close to it, Bears are by far the best dungeon tanks in Classic. And, like, I would imagine, you know, obviously a fucking Nax-geared warrior or something. At level 60, Bear gear falls behind. But I routinely just run circles around prot tanks, even in regular classics, regular classic dungeons. Also, yeah, so this is Ursaean Heights. I didn't really draw attention to it because I was looking at talents, but you take this little path up here. There's also some new models for Furbolgs. So you can see here they have like little headgear and stuff on. I'm pretty sure they use this for Timbermaw holds. So they just made a new Furbolg area. They already have all these little new Furbolg outfits for Timbermaw holds. May as well add a new little Furbolg subzone to Teldrassil. It's neat. It's something. But the quest that you have to turn in is all the way up here. Which, I'll admit, that is a choice. Not necessarily my favorite thing about this little hub. Though at the very least, this feels like a little bit more accessible than... I'm trying to think, like, the Dunbarrow stuff. The new things they added, like, it feels like unless you're doing the Elite quest, there's no reason to go to, like, Rutherford's Mounted Rest? I forget the name. Shit. But this at least serves a purpose. Nice little capstone to Teldrassil. So you go here. Can't speak while shapeshifted. I have to imagine that's just a regular part of Classic WoW that I just never really knew about. But that's interesting. I guess I'll take Nature's Grasp because I'm not going to get much value out of any of these talents right now. So this, at the very least, would give me a way to escape in the meantime. I'll put that there.
How may I help?
Let's see. Okay, and this is pretty much just run around, kill 20 furbolgs. I've already done this in my paladin, so I know the general order of things. And then there's one final quest to kill like a named furbolg after the fact. And then it ends. I already refreshed my scroll. I can't remember what the quest reward from the last quest here is. Because I think by the time I did this on my paladin, I was somewhat out-leveled for it. I technically am a little bit over-leveled right now on my druid, but the problem with a lot of these quests that assume you're doing it at level is when they tell you to kill a named mob, even if it isn't necessarily a group quest, if you do it at level, you're just not going to succeed. It's kind of the same issue with like the Barrow Den section, and that's just a regular classic thing. So technically it is authentic to classic, but the stuff they added does that. Because the mob density just makes it impractical. At this point with bear form, like, I'm probably fine, but... I didn't... Hold on. But I'd probably struggle if I tried to do this at level without bear form. If there's any realistic way that you accomplish that. Like here I can do this, I think. I should be fine. So I got all three. I pulled, okay, a lot of mobs here. I think Moonfire finishes off that ambusher. So yep, there we go. Beacon that new one. I think I'm fine? Okay. The rats are scaring me. I don't like that. Wait, you can... Health pot doesn't take you out of bear form? That, I think... Unless I'm just really misremembering Classic Druid. I think that's a turtle WoW change. It's a nice change. But... I am, like, reasonably confident that you cannot health pot in form as Druid. Right? The thing is, I'm not gonna boot up regular Classic and double check, so... I'm going to just assume that I'm remembering that correctly. Either way, that's nice. Let's just whack this guy. No. Sorry. I also never really checked this further area, but it doesn't look like there's anything special here. I'm guessing there's just a little bit of an overhang. There's a little tree branch extending here. There could be me. Throw heals up. Do this, then do this. Okay. The Marauders seem like the best mobs to fight for this, because they don't do anything special. And they all have, presumably, the same, that being 100% drop chance for the charms. It would be cool if there was, like, a rare... Wonder, can you do /DB track rares? I'm assuming there's no rare mob here. there any new ones? No. What's this rare? I don't know what this is. I've seen Bao Mao in a few different areas. I'm guessing that's like a special event rare. Yeah, I recognize all of these rares here. I'm not seeing any in Ursan Heights. But I did want to check, because I feel like that would have been cool flavor. Imagine if you get to like the end of the tree branch, and there's like a rare Furbolg on the edge here, unrelated to any of the quests, but just a little reward for exploring every last little cubby in Ursan Heights. So that's the next quest guy. That's a leap. Those mobs leashed. Fortunate. Okay, everything's parrying. I do not like that. That does not spark joy. I mean, I can just health pot. I have 50 million lesser healing potions that I don't have any use for. And yeah, the cooldown, it'll be back up by the time I need it for this elite. The thing is, if I... For like this guy... The nice thing about Druid for open world stuff is you can just kind of kite with Entangling Roots. Like, that's how I did all of the harder stuff here before. Jeez, that's a lucky resists. So if I just kite him, not in bear form, then I should be able to very easily solo that. And then bear form is always just fine as a last-ditch effort. This... Don't like how there's no cooldown on that, so you can just rapid tap it. This should be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Need 2 more. I'll just get these 2. There is... Yeah, 2 Marauders. Alright, perfect. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodge, dodge, miss. Okay, there we go. But obviously now Moonfire's fallen off, so... Wonder. For that last elite guy, I guess, could I just, like... I could Entangling Roots him right out of the gate. And then... he won't be able to run to me, and then I can focus down the other mobs around him, then leash him over and over until it's just him, and then just do the same thing. Kite him away, roots him away from the other mobs, and then kill him in the corner. Those pants are debatably not even... Yeah, technically not even an upgrade. Like, is one... I guess 2 agility at this level, like, that's probably better than stamina, but... I lose armor from items, so I get less value out of bear form. It doesn't boost my stamina by a percentage, so that doesn't matter. Honestly, I think I keep the pants I have on. I don't think it meaningfully... Yeah, the agility shouldn't meaningfully boost my survivability and... Or my damage, that is. 1 agility. Versus the survivability contribution of extra armor, which is multiplied by bear form, and then 1 stamina. It's like... I mean, they're basically dead even, I think, but... It is kind of funny that I've effectively done all of this for... does Ursula the Mauler give anything good? No. I've gotten absolutely nothing of value. But, well, I got some silver, but not that I need it. I still wanted to show off these new quests. I think it's cool. And I do actually quite like this little cubby area. A lot of the new areas that they've added are cool. Like, even the ones in Dunmoreau, even though I didn't think the quests there were super, like, amazing. The Nomergon ones actually were pretty good. Okay. Let's take out this guy. On that earlier. Stagger. Just die. Dodge. So before I fight this mob, I'm going to just rebuff here. I still have my spirit thing. And drink there. Okay, so there are 2 mobs accompanying it. I mean, if I just Entangling Roots. Whoa, it's the Moonfires. He should leash at some point. He should leash at some point. Game, he should leash at some point. Okay. A little nervous there. Now, as long as I'm fast, we just kill the Shaman and then he is alone. The fact that he auto Moonfires you on pull is kind of interesting, though. I guess it makes sense. Like a Moonfire... That is... It's refreshed. That is a really hard-hitting Moonfire dot. Fine, though. Shaman's dead. He'll leash at some point. I can also drag him here. Go. Yeah, this probably is the best place to drag it. Let's... I'm gonna drink real quick. Then, if I'm gonna root him, I don't need to pre-hop myself. Go fast. That doesn't get leashed. Nice. Then I just need to hop through this. What's a more effective heal? Definitely Rejuve. I think I just wait this out. Entangling Roots also does have a very slight... Shit! I don't want to go too far. I don't want to leash him. It looks like the Moonfire is just instant, though, on pull. And circle back around. Yes. Stun is nasty. Just gonna use a regrowth here. Summon my Timberling. And then go bear form. Druid's just so fucking nuts. This is the reason why pretty much all of the characters I played for hardcore were always just druids. Because, I mean... Oh! Oh, my Timberling is aggressive. Okay, that's gonna make things awkward trying to get back to the turn-in. Alright, Timberling. Let's not aggro random shit. Sound good? Can I even dismiss it? I don't think I can dismiss it. It also has a fixed level, so it doesn't scale that well. It, you know, it helped, though. It did some stuff. Does it, You can't sort by pull on this damage meter. At least not that I can see. So I guess if I wanted to actually use this reliably, I'd have to reset all data, like, before a dungeon or something? Let's see... At least, okay, it doesn't function like an aggressive hunter pet. Okay, well... Do I just let it die? I think I let it die. Goodbye, Timberling. You served me well. Alright, and that is the last quest here. So then... For the remaining ones... I can turn this in, I can then hop down to Darnassus and... turn that in. Actually, well, I should... Yeah, my Hearth is in Lonarra, so I should turn that quest in, and then just walk back to Darnassus. That way I can leave. I'm assuming that's going to vendor for more. Inventory's full. Oh, shit. And that's the last quest as part of this little hub. I can equip that. Then, yeah, and then I'll Hearth. So overall, I mean, I generally like Teldrassil. It's one of my... I'd say it's like... Is it my favorite starting zone? It might actually be my favorite of the classic. I think Elwynn Forest is just too iconic. Elwynn Forest is a really, really, really good starting zone. Outside of that, I think Teldrassil's probably my favorite, or second favorite, so... Considering I already really liked it, I'm overall pretty happy with how they changed it. It is good. Alright, I need to just head back to there. So... Jesus Christ, it's 4 a.m. Yeah, how long have I been streaming? 5 hours? Fuck me. Yeah, I Actually, yeah, you know what? I know there's no follow-up to this, so I'm not even gonna bother, like, um, turning this in. I'll end here. But yeah, so last thing I'll comment. I'll put myself on auto run while I do this, but if I don't make it to the turn-in point, that's fine. What I was debating doing on my paladin, or showing, is there are a few new quests I at least noticed in Loch Modan. So the Farstrider Lodge has a few new things. There's a little Dark Iron Dwarf camp over here, and I figured, I'll at least do that just to see. But it seems like a relatively minor area. There are some, what's it called? There's some like little high elf places in this place. From what I've read, apparently the high elf starting zone used to be in this area of Loch Modan. They made like a makeshift little starting zone before they finally added like the Thalassian Highlands and stuff. I think there's still some high elf areas there because from what I've heard, there are roleplay guilds that the developers will create like little hideouts for in like unused areas of the world, which is kind of cool. So I assume that's why those places are still there. It's kind of sad going through it now because it's just a ghost town. There's no NPCs there. It's just completely empty. But that is like the only real change I could notice. And then there's the Dark Iron Dwarf stuff. It seems fairly minor, so that's why I was like, yeah, I'll show it on stream if I have time. But I'm probably going to try to get it knocked out off stream, right? Because the other thing is like my paladin's all the way in Stormwind. I would have to do a bunch of stuff to like actually head out there before I could even do like literally 3 quests. I don't want to extend the stream by like another 30 minutes for 5 minutes of quests. I'll just go make food. I'm also kind of starving. And the only other thing is they've added a quest. I think it's new. I'm 99% sure it's new. There is a quest to kill a bunch of Threshodons in the lake, and you get a trinket, which just gives you a tiny bit of attack power. So, better than nothing. It'll let me replace the crappy Timberling Heart trinket that I have on with just free stats. So I'm going to knock that out on my paladin. I'm going to do the other Dark Iron Dwarf stuff. And the main thing that I'll stream at some point tomorrow is more stuff on my paladin. I don't know when I'm going to do the Frostbane Hollow run. I still need to get my druid to 16, so I'm also going to try and do that a little bit off stream. But I'm going to start leveling my paladin through, I believe, Stone Talon Mountains, because there were a few new things there. There's like a bunch of quests here that are brand new. A lot of changes to Stone Talon, so I figured that would be a good place. It's like around the same level where I can showcase that. And then I'll see. I'll try to figure out like what else I could do to sequence, because the only thing I know for sure is around level 28 or so, I want to go to Northwind. My paladin right now is like level 21. I would ideally like to do Dead Mines, so actually I might try to find a Dead Mines group and see if I can do that. I have no idea. If I can't, like I said, I'll just continue leveling, and then worst case, I might be able to do Dead Mines on my druid. It shouldn't be too hard to get this character up to 20, if there's enough people for that. But pretty much from like level 28 onwards, there's endless custom zones to level in. There's like a little bit of a gap in like the mid-40s. But there's also a lot of changes to other zones. Like, Wetlands. Actually, yeah, Wetlands has some stuff. So I could do Stone Talon into Wetlands. There's a new area over here. There's some new stuff in Ashenvale, apparently. Something new in Redridge, but apparently not a lot. So I'll check that out just to see. And then at like the end 20s, there's apparently new stuff in Thousand Needles, though I'm not sure if that's Horde or Alliance. I think it's just Horde. And in the 30 to 40 range, there's like new stuff in Arathi. There's new stuff in the Badlands, which is like late 30s. New stuff in Dustwallow. A few new things in Feralus and Tenaris in the 40 to 50 range. Ashara has some new stuff in like the late 40 range. Bellwood. but we'll see. Really, the only dry period is like right in the middle of like 40 to 50. There's like a gap where there's no new zones, but I should be able to find random bits and bobs. Like there's enough revamped quests in like different existing zones that I should be able to cover that gap. And then we have the islands, Lapidus and Gilligems. And then at level 50, I can go to Moonwhisper Coast, which is the brand new zone. And then 55 onwards, you have Telebim. And I think later on, Hygel. So I should have enough to cover the entire journey there. It's really just the next, like, 5 to 8 levels of my Paladin. I'm going to have to just, like, fill in the gaps with random little revamped quest hubs in different zones. Technically, like, there's plenty I could do. Like, Duskwood is in this level range. But obviously, I want to try and level through as much new content as I can. That is not just like a regular, original classic thing. So that is my goal. My inventory's still full. Just enter this. Don't need that. And then, yeah, there's no follow-up here. So now I'm done with Teldrassil. Single Die said, almost level 10 on the mage, should hopefully be caught up either tomorrow or the day after. Awesome. Yeah, so just heads up for the dungeon run stuff. I'll make a post, like, I'm gonna go make food, and then I'll write up a post in Discord saying, like, if anybody wants to level up, I'll kind of explain how it works. And definitely not tomorrow we're gonna do that. The earliest would be, I guess it would be Friday, but we'll see. I will see. It really also depends on how many people are actually interested. But I will try to find something. Worst case over the weekend, especially since this will just be on my druid, which I'm not planning to level up extensively anyway. I'm not in any rush to like get it done so I can continue onwards. So I'll see. But obviously better sooner rather than later, but definitely not tomorrow, unlikely Friday. Because tomorrow I have raid. And speaking of which, for streaming tomorrow, obviously after this, you know, I'm probably going to end up going to sleep at some point, you know, around noon. So I'm definitely not going to be streaming before I go to sleep, and then I have to wake up and I have raid re-clear. But we're only doing a partial sale run tomorrow, so it's not going to take a very long time, I don't think. And probably I might start stream at the same time again. I will figure it out. I'll also probably post in Discord, but I'm like 99% sure I will be streaming at some point tomorrow. Yeah, anyways, I'll end it there. Thanks for everybody who showed up, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace.